Well, there goes the day. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was my wife burping horribly in the background via a noise machine. Yeah, no, that was hysterical. That was great. Let me do it again. Oh, let me also turn down my own. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was my wife burping horribly in the back. Quietly there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. Now let's do this properly. Daverhood. Good morning, everybody. How annoying was that? 13 straight seconds of me going, hey.
You need to get the James Brown cape when you're done. I'll play it on you.
Definitely, definitely. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. I am the owner, founder, and creator of the Daverhood.
Spiritual director.
It's true. The spiritual advisor of the Daverhood.
You're the cult enforcer.
That's true. I whip up the Kool-Aid. So yeah, Dave is my name, and the game is Dave's Gone By, which we do every Saturday from 9 until noon, or thereabouts, right here on Facebook Live on the Dave's Gone By page. Of course, you can find out more about it at our website, davesgoneby.com. So, this is the 790, that's oatmeal you hear being stirred in the background there, 796th episode of Dave's Gone By. What a cool show we have for you. Here's all the stuff we're going to be doing. So, basic stuff, our usual Dave's Gone By stuff, like our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. And this is where we will have a poem about a particular place, city, town, or municipality in Colorado. And this week we are going to La Garita. I know, you've never heard of it. I've never heard of it, but La Garita, we will have a really horrible, disgusting poem about La Garita later in the show. Also, we don't have time to do it early in the show. Usually, I spend the first part of the show just unwrapping and unrolling and getting rid, pulling the week off of me and telling you about all the weird stuff. We'll do a little bit of that, but usually we have a lot more time early in the program just to do the Dave's Goes In unwinding part. But later on, I do want to tell you about my adventures in American medicine land.
Wait, where's my sound machine? Oh, hold on.
When I went, I will say this, I went to have a procedure done, or more correctly, I went not to have a procedure done, and then I ended up having a very tiny procedure done. I'll explain, but it just says so much about American, medicine in our modern lives. Okay, I'll tell that story.
The fragmentation of the healthcare system.
And yes, absolutely, the fragmentation of the healthcare system, as my wife, my wonderful, darling, and adorable wife, Joyce, is pointing out. So there's that, and also, we'll have Greeley Crimes and Old Times. This is where, having lived in Greeley, Colorado for a bunch of years, there's a newspaper there, our daily newspaper, the Greeley Tribune. And one of the cool things that they do is once a week they have two different columns, one of which is called Cop Log, which is about phone calls that come in from citizens of northern Colorado who are all head up about something that they see in their neighborhood. They call the police, it's public record. The funniest ones, intentionally, go into the newspaper and we share them with you. Plus there's another column called 100 Years Ago. And this is where our friend Mike Peters, who has been at the Trib for years and years and years, but not that many years, he goes into the vaults, into the really...
Like your head is in front of the 7, so it looks like the show's 96.
That's right, 96 years. So our friend Mike Peters will go into the files from 1921. He will grab old newspapers. I don't know if physically or if they're on microfilm, or does anyone remember microfiche? Those microfiche have very little tails and they don't swim very well, but he will find the most weird, nostalgic, funniest, odd things that were in the newspaper all the way back then. And they call it 100 years ago. We mix it up with the Cop Log, and we call that Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Now, those are some of the basic regular segments we do on Dave's Gone By. But the irregular stuff is really, really fun this week. First of all, Rabbi Saul Solomon will be with us. He's been with us since our very first episode all the way back in October of 2002 when we were on terrestrial radio. He's still with us, and he's giving us a rabbinical reflection. Since it's a Saturday morning, it's just the tail end of a Jewish holiday called Lag BaOmer. He has a sermon about that, a short little 5 to 8 minute sermon all about this rather lesser known Jewish holiday that no one was really paying attention to in the outside world until something happened in Israel 2 days ago that Rabbi Saul has some very definite thoughts about. So you don't want to miss Rabbi Saul Solomon's.
What's the show? Dave's Gone By is a show about.
Yeah, it's comedy, culture, something else. Yeah. I used to call it humor, talk, and music, but then we took out the music. So now it's comedy, culture, and interviews. That'll work. Comedy, culture, and interviews. So speaking of interviews, Rabbi Saul Solomon will be conducting an interview. In fact, in just a few minutes, he will be talking to a Broadway actress and a cabaret singer. She made her real, I don't know if it's her debut, but she made her biggest mark. I don't know if that's true. Her first mark. She made her first mark in Jekyll and Hyde. In fact, she was totally nominated for that Frank Wildhorn show. She was also in the revival of Ragtime a few years back. She was on Broadway in Chaplin. She also went into, as a cast replacement, Dear Evan Hansen not too long ago. I mean, she's done a whole bunch of stuff. Her name is Christiane Noll, N-O-L-L. And what's kind of cool is she kind of fills our quadrifecta, as I mentioned last time, that we've had so many people from that particular show. Yeah.
Didn't you just get that treated? Your quadrifecta?
My quadrifecta, yeah. I'll be talking about that later. Because for no particular reason, this particular show, we've had stage managers on. No, but we've had Frank Wildhorn, who wrote the score for the show, and possibly the book as well. We've also had Robert Cuccioli, who starred as Dr. Jekyll and, amazingly enough, Mr. Hyde. We've had Linda Eder, who was one of the acting stars of the show. And now we hit number 4, Christiane Noll, who was also starring in Jekyll and Hyde on Broadway a few years back. So yes, she will be in the Daverhood very, very shortly with the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Saul Solomon. What's kind of great, though, is not only do we have Christiane Noll, but we have a return third-time visitor to the Daverhood, someone I've known for years, someone who was off Broadway in a show called Olympus on My Mind and has done a bunch of other things since. He was in Hello Mother, Hello Father. He was in, I don't even know if I have all the info on what he's been up to, but he is doing a Jerry Herman tribute in the
German.
well, actually, it's not German. He's calling it Perfect Harmony. Get it? Because he's Jerry Herman. It's Perfect Harmony. Yeah. Well, he's very cute. He's Jason Graae, and so he was with us. I can't believe it was almost a decade ago. His last visit to the Daverhood. He will be here to play the Today, Yesterday trivia game opposite our regular panelists, David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake. So all that to come. What I'm going to do, I'm not even going to talk anymore. I'm not going to set up the show anymore. It's Dave's Gone By. I'm going to play a little bit of Christiane Noll singing and then bring her in to talk to the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Saul Solomon. You've picked a perfect day to watch this show. Mayday! Mayday!
I almost drank my oatmeal.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love surely to the sea. Darling, so it goes that some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. 'Cause I can't help falling in love with you.
Oh, yes, who can help but fall in love with Christiane Noll, ladies and gentlemen? And then I assume the video that people can't see, but we are playing the audio of, forgive the grammar, there's someone on the ukulele there. Is that a related person to you? Is that an offspring?
It's an offspring. That is my daughter. I guess she was 11 when we did that, and she just taught herself how to play the ukulele, so it was a little bit, but we were very proud of her. I couldn't believe it. She got on the camera and she did it, and she didn't freak out, and it was awesome. Yeah.
Absolutely awesome. She should be learning klezmer, though. It's about time that you brought her into the marvelous world of klezmer music. Stop wasting your time on pop. You know,
Absolutely.
Elvis has been dead a very, 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 very long time. It's time to move on. There's the Yossi Piamenta Orchestra. You've got all sorts of things that you can. Avram Fried. These are the people you should be
We
singing.
have the weekend. We will dive into it.
Yeah, you should dive into it. Ladies and
Darling, we will dive into it.
you understand that word. I with a name like Christiane Noll, welcome, by the way. Shalom to you.
Shalom to you.
Do you know Jewishisms, and because you're in the theater, or do you know?
Here's what I know. My on my father's side of the family are Pennsylvania Dutch and Deutsch and Ach, wir haben verdammt steif. There's a lot of there's a lot.
This makes me think of Nazis. I'm scared now.
No. It's Low German. So there's a lot of Yiddishisms. It's very funny because it's all kind of tied together. So I don't not understand a lot.
This is good. There's a double negative construction there. I have to parse that Talmudically. I don't not. I'll do it later.
Yeah.
But by the way, let me mention, first of all, we're talking with a Tony nominee who was in Jekyll and Hyde. You were in such Broadway shows as The Revival of Ragtime. You were in Chaplin the Musical. You were, just I think up until the pandemic, you were in Dear Evan Hansen for a while. Plus, you saw her on TV. Remember when they started bringing back live TV musicals and they did The Sound of Music? You played music.
I was one of them. Yes, we did. That was the first one that they did when they were bringing back the live ones, in that sort of string of them. And I was Sister Margareta. So I was.
So how was it? Because now they've done like a dozen of them with everything from Christopher Walken as Captain Hook to some good ones. Can I ask you that when they were still figuring out what the heck to do, how chaotic was it, or did they really have a handle on it?
Well, no, I mean, they were figuring it out that first time. And we were in the rehearsal studio for a very long time, and we had it all mapped out in this big, huge studio. But then and it was mapped out like a theatrical production. But then the film director, the person who's going to be responsible for shooting it, came in and was like, nope, can't shoot that. Nope, can't shoot that. And then we had to sort of change all of it in what we had spent weeks doing. Then we had to change it in a couple of days. And Lord love Carrie Underwood, because she never ran the whole show without stopping until we filmed it. And I dare any leading lady to do that.
So you're saying she didn't stop, or she went through the whole thing and then wait? No,
she never had the opportunity to run the show from beginning to end without stopping until we actually filmed it.
So every single rehearsal, at some point, the director was, "No, we have to reset. We have to relight."
Right. Yes, it was always in pieces. She never knew what to expect in terms of, this is how much time I have to breathe. I can, this is the time off. she never knew. So like she was really shot out of a cannon for anybody. And we were all just kind of on the fly going, okay, well, here we go. It's live, whatever this is. But it was really fun. And I was so pleased with what came out for what the endeavor was, because it was kind of a hodgepodge. Was it a musical? Was it a film? Was it TV? Was it a stage thing? Was it, it was all kind of mushy together. And I think they eventually kind of figured it out later on.
And that was so many people watched that Sound of Music that the TV network said, we should do this
again. We should do it again.
That's so wonderful that we have now these presentations of everything from Rent and all these other musicals that they've done. They still haven't done Chu Chem, which annoys me.
Yeah, why not?
And Zulu and the Zeta. Where is that show?
Where?
I haven't done Fiddler. I don't understand because Fiddler they actually ought to do, but. Maybe, yeah.
I like that I'm classy, Noll. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, good. Because we were going to do that or Noll coward, and they said, well, no, she won't.
No, you can't be a coward in this business. You got to be.
You get stage fright. Do you ever?
No, I get where you think about that. There's somebody out there that you want to be really extra special good for. And that's, then the nerves start happening so that you start like doing things like, I'm going to be really good. And the minute that you do that, you are terrible. So that's what happens to me. I just, you have to sort of breathe and find your feet and kind of slow down.
Well, do you tell the stage managers before show, look, I don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
God is watching me right now in row 3, Just don't tell me. Don't let me know.
Yeah, but then you turn out, I remember Alec Baldwin, and then he has this really large face, like a big
Oh, I'm sure I'd be happy to hear you say that.
Like noggin, this, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't. We were doing a show. I think this was during Jekyll and Hyde, and we were just sort of looking at him. We're like, oh, and there he is. Like it just like, here's Alec Baldwin. Hello, but
yeah. Well, let me ask you: in all these shows that you've done, and I've just mentioned a few because you've also done a ton of regional theater, and in fact, you won a Connecticut Critic Circle Award for doing Mac and Mabel. I assume you're a Mabel Normand.
And I also won one for Next to Normal.
Where do you display all your awards, by the way? Do you have them on a shelf? Do you keep them on the front lawn so the poster sees? No.
No, can I tell you my Tony nomination is a certificate that is framed, and it is sort of back in the corner on the floor.
Well, because it's just a nomination. I know it's an honor to be nominated, but really.
What I will say here's in my well, I don't know if it's a defense. When I was living in New York City, I had a wall, I call my wall of fame, or my Broadway wall, and it was like this little hallway, and floor to ceiling. It was every show poster I'd ever worked on, everything signed, a lot of memorabilia, nominations, things like. So that was, I devoted it to that. But this was my apartment that was just for me. So I felt like I could do that. So the minute that I got married, and certainly when I brought in a child, all of those posters are still in the moving box up in my attic. Like I just was like, this is our house, and I didn't want to make a shrine, to my life or whatever.
You don't get an office? Are you living in a house now? Are you living in an apartment? Where are you?
I live in a house, but it's a kind of it's a small house. It's a lovely house, but we decided to devote spaces to other things.
Because I have a very, very, very tiny house, and yet 3 of the rooms are shrines to me.
Well, that if you don't love yourself, who's going to love you?
What great advice from Christiane. No. By the way, I should mention the reason we are talking to her today is not just because she's adorable and wonderful and funny and all those kinds of things. It is because, wait, what am I pushing here? I'm pushing that from May 9th through May 30th, TheaterWorks Hartford and the Goodspeed Musicals are combining to present a show, a cabaret show, that you are doing. Now, this is live or stream of both?
It is stream. It's another weird hodgepodge, interestingly enough. And we shot it a couple of weeks ago. They're editing it now. And each song is presented and filmed from multiple angles. We had all sorts of cameras. We were at Theater Works in that gorgeous, recently renovated space. It's beautiful. But the band were in actually on platforms in the audience. So we had the cello was over on house right, and then the horn player and the guitar player was in the center, and drum island was over on house left, and the piano was with me on the platform, as was the bass player. So
And kazoo in the balcony, always
it
kazoo in the
was
balcony.
always in the balcony. And so we did that and were able to sort of film live versions, but also with all sorts of cool angles and stuff. But then when you go to a cabaret, there's always patter, but we decided, which I was like, oh, this feels weird without it being a person to talk to. So we decided to make them more like confessionals, and we filmed that over at the Goodspeed Opera House, in there, me sitting in the seats and perched in different places, and I actually having a one-on-one conversation with the camera, as you know, being that person. So.
And I'm sorry, I have to do this right now. I know it won't work. I know it's terrible, but I have to say this right now. Do you know who has the Goodspeed Opera House? East Haddam.
East Haddam had it. Yes, East Haddam had
joke?
that. I got it.
They have Goodspeed musicals, by the way. They're called something else, but they're still Goodspeed and Hartford. Excuse me. Pardon me, Hartford. My voice is normally this way, but I tell people to excuse me anyway. It is called, I should mention, it's called Coming Alive Again, is the name of the piece that you are doing or have done that they're cutting now.
We stole the title from a lyric in Jerry Herman. I want to feel my heart coming alive again.
Is that Mame or is that Hello Dolly? Which one is that?
Hello Dolly.
And that's from Dolly. Because it's interesting. We have later on, just by sheer coincidence, we have later in this program talking to Dave and playing the trivia game, Jason Graae, who is doing a Jerry Herman. What?
Really?
Yeah, Jason Graae. You know him.
Oh, Jason! We sang together and we've performed together, and I adore him. And I'm sorry I'm not sharing the screen with him.
You could have played the game yourself, but no, you're too busy. No, they're editing your stuff. Ooh, kidding, just teasing. But you can go to twhartford.org. Not you can go. Well, anybody can go there, but you want audiences to go there.
Hartford. Yep.
.org to watch.
.org, yeah.
So what are some of the other songs that you'll be doing in Coming Alive Again?
We do a whole slew of things from Follies. So Don't Look at Me and Losing My Mind. We do, I do Back to Before. We'll see if that makes the cut. We're doing Move On from
Sunday in the Park, right?
Park. Yeah. We're doing... we did Days and Days from Fun Home. We did Not Getting Married Today from
Company, of course. Yeah.
We did we actually incorporated something from Jagged Little Pill, the new song that they wrote for that called Smiling, which is quite something. We did from Bridges Over Madison County, Build a Home. We did a Revolutionary Costume from Grey Gardens.
Yes. See, I know these things. I don't know why God is telling he's whispering, Rabbi, impress Christiane Noll. Tell her that, Grey Gardens. It comes from heavens, yeah. Oh, that sounds like a marvelous...
There's a whole lots of different things, but it was all done and under the auspices of what I've been going through, and what probably many of us have been going through over this past year, being and how I reacted to being locked away, to being
how did you react?
My entire, my livelihood being shut down. I mean, it's a lot of people pivoted and some got really creative and figured out how to use this medium to the utmost. And they just were like, okay, this was what is that quote? Is it Churchill? Don't let a good tragedy go to waste, not tragedy, something like that. But I kind of didn't do that. I mean, I was really, I kind of shut down a bit, and I looked at this whole pandemic and just thinking, okay, the theater's done. So, and I'm of a certain age. So when it comes back, will there be a place for me? And there's a lot of things, and kind of going, well, do I try to create something? Do I try to put something online? And some people you could tell, like the ones that really organically had something to say, those when you tuned in to watch stuff, it was like, oh, like Rob McClure has so many wonderful, amazing things to say.
Speaking of Chaplin, yeah.
Speaking of Chaplin, I mean, he just, and anytime that he decided to put anything out there, it was so smart and funny and heart wrenching, and it was just beautiful. And I was like, I have nothing to say, like at this point. So I should just keep my mouth shut because I have nothing to say. Like because you could tell, like, oh, well, some people were trying to put things out to be relevant, and to.
No, but also you have people like Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano, who are cabaret people, and they would just post a song almost every day on YouTube. Just, hey, we're going to do a song for you, cabaret, do it,
Which is awesome. I'm like, that's amazing. And if creative people want to create, and I found myself going, I don't want to do anything. I kind of wanted to use the time to sort of disappear and maybe heal. I'd just been doing Dear Evan Hansen for a year and a half, and I played one of the moms and the one that is basically crying for 3 hours, and that really kind of ripped me up for a bit. I was surprised how it really took it out of me. You think, oh, you leave the theater at the theater, don't bring it at home, but that kind of emotion really can exhaust you. And so when the close down happened, I was like, whew, okay, I get to rest for a bit, because I needed to sleep and just kind of heal a little bit. And then when I came out of that, I was like, oh, wait a minute, we're still here. And
we're still here. Do you do that song?
I bet we talked about that. I should have, like, I'm still here, or I survived, or any of those things. So we kind of had been working on a number of different shows, or different versions of this, and so we rewrote it and kind of contorted it as we did a version of it early on, and the things that we selected when I was sort of feeling sort of desperate and not ready to come out of my shell showed itself back in October, and now we sort of have the light in the end of the tunnel, and this is the next evolution of that. We're feeling more optimistic and full of hope. And so
well, speaking of optimistic and full of hope, what else is you have an agent, what's are you getting now calls to be like, well, this will be happening in 2022, you should audition for this, or someone's asking you to do this, Law and Order, or whatever, what's happening?
Film and TV hasn't really stopped all that much. I mean, and so thankfully, which I did it here and there, little bits here and there, but I've had a number of at least inquiries and auditions and stuff like that. But, there are a lot of people now who are trying to, get these little spots. So just being asked, it's like, here's a self-tape to, please audition. I'm like, oh, yay, great. Okay, I'll book one of them eventually. That's great. But I had done a lot of symphony concerts, and those also shut down.
But they must be coming back sooner than some of the other things, no?
Slowly. There's a wonderful orchestra, Southwest Florida Symphony, that they never really stopped because they took it really seriously, and they were like, okay, rather than. And I think the ones that were the most successful during all of this are those people that rather than just going, nope, that's not going to work. Nope, not going to like it. Nope, don't. They were like, okay, here are what we have, what we can't do, but what can we do? And how can we figure this out? And they definitely did that. Theater Works up in Hartford is an organization that did try to figure out how can we make this work. And then they ended up doing a play a month for the entire. They produced it and shot it, and they're like, "We're going to do this," and they did. So Southwest Florida Symphony called me a couple of times. So I did one in February. I have a couple of concerts now, exactly you said, in 2022 that are on the books for 2022, which is great. I've been teaching a lot. I know Broadway. We got our first little email referring to the future of Dear Evan Hansen. So that is now looking like they're okay. We can at least say, yeah, we would like to be going back into rehearsal by this, around this time and start performances by this time. But
So you want to go back into Evan Hansen, even though it took a lot out of you.
well, now that I've rested, I think I can. And I had done it on the road for a year, and then I went immediately into the Broadway company without a break for another 5 months. So I feel like I have some perspective, and I could go back and do it for a little bit with fresh eyes and fresh heart and everything.
Let me ask also, and I asked this question of men and women too, but people think, oh, it's kind of a sexisty question. But you're a wife and a mom, right?
Yeah.
So you're married, you got but you go on the road for months at a time. How do you do with them? Is your husband in the biz? Does he is he a lawyer or something? What does he do?
No, he's also an actor, and this was a team effort. And when they first inquired about my interest in going on the road was quite a while ago, right around Tony time for Dear Evan Hansen on Broadway. They knew that they were eventually going to do a tour, and so they're like, "Would she, do the tour?" I'm like, "No, absolutely not. I'm not. I'm not leaving my family. I'm not leaving my husband. I'm not doing all of my child. I'm not doing it." And then they called again months later. We'd really like to at least have her think about being considered. It's like not an offer, but would you think about it? And and then my husband was like, now hold it. They're asking a second time. So when an opportunity presents itself, let's think about this and let's actually meet them and see what it is they're talking about. And once the decision was made, we talked about it with each other and with my daughter, and we made the idea that I would either come home or they would come out to see me every 2 to 4 weeks, and that was just going to be, and it was, if I ever did that again, it would be 2 weeks, no question, because just too difficult. Otherwise, the 4 weeks was terrible. 3 was okay, but 2 is better because you're like, okay, see you next. It just.
And 1 week is too often. 1 week you see your husband, you go, oh, not you again. Well, I need a little more time.
That's a little cost prohibitive. I mean, I know you can go down to Florida now for like $25 on the airplane, but at the time it was like, oh, okay, how can we do this? But it was definitely worth it and necessary, and you have to take the opportunities where they come. And thank God my husband was willing to kind of put all of his stuff on hold. And so he was, took care of everything here and ran her where she needed to be. Because if we were both working, if I was gone and he was gone, because we've been really lucky in being able to sort of tag team. It's like, okay, my turn, okay, your turn, and really haven't overlapped all that much. Thankfully, that's the benefit of being self-employed. You can kind of decide when you're diving and when you're not. But this has been a really amazing opportunity for us. So I was really.
And your daughter never missed a ukulele lesson, which is a very
self-taught.
Oh my goodness!
Self-taught. Yeah.
Let me ask you. Let's roll it back. Both your parents were in the showbiz, if you will. Did that make it a fait accompli that Christiane Noll would be, doing what she does?
As much as I tried to fight it, because I was on stage with them when I was 4, because it was easier than getting a babysitter. They just threw me in the show, or I would turn pages, or I would shadow the stage manager, or whatever. There was any number of things that they gave me to do backstage and around, because they were doing more opera and operetta. But so I understood the what you needed to do, the work ethic, the discipline, how hard it was, how brilliantly talented you could be, how up and down. Sometimes you're working, sometimes you're not. I lived that. So I was like, nah, I don't know. I was going to go and, be a computer programmer or something like that, because I was really good at math and I was more interested in that. But I had some amazing teachers that because that recognized. I think my seventh grade teacher was the first one. He would get all the talented kids, and then he would do a show. That was sort of his thing, and so he created this seventh grade show around me and sort of said, nope, you're doing it. And I always sang in the choruses. And when I got to high school, my choral teacher was like, no, you're going to audition for county chorus and all region. And oh, look, all state, because you got that. And oh, all regional up for like district of the whole, and all national and all of this stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll do. And same thing in high school with the musicals and the plays. And people were sort of saying, no, this is we're doing this for you. And I started realizing, oh, this is kind of what I do. And kind of what you said, fait accompli, is like being raised in the circus. When you're raised on a trapeze, guess what? You're probably going to be a trapeze artist.
Or a swinger. But comedy right there. So let me flip it right, since all these teachers were so acknowledging and wonderful of you. Now you're a teacher. What do you, I assume you teach voice. What do you most try to get across to your students? What do they come to you needing, and what do you give them?
I do voice and also acting coaching and performing through song and stuff like that. I love doing. I have a few students that I deal with one-on-one on a regular basis, like with vocal technique and all of that. But I love doing master classes where you get to work with a bunch of people, so that you're working one-on-one, but you're also having a dialogue with the people watching, so that the people watching are getting about as much out of it as the person, or sometimes more than the person that you're asking them to do. And what I leave all of my students with is the idea to surprise themselves, to be pliable, to not have things sort of pre-planned, to be prepared to figure out how to drive this instrument. If it's vocally, then there's no style is one thing, but making good sounds is something else. I just did one of these classes yesterday, and 4 people did songs, someone else did a monologue. But it was really amazing. Get back on the story, look at the lyric, figure out what it is that you're trying to convey. And that it's always a dialogue, even if it's the little weird voice inside your head, that you're having.
That. Yes.
Yeah, you're having a conversation with. But to always surprise yourself. That's what's exciting, and it's really more compelling as an audience member to watch somebody figure out what it is they're going to say next and not really know. And I think as a young performer, you go, oh, I'm going to, this is how I do this, or I'm going to sing this note, and oh, it's really high. And then you can sort of tell on their face, and they just sort of doing it, as opposed to, these are sounds and words that have to come out of your mouth. So what makes it significant to you that these words are coming out of your mouth at this moment in time? And if you have to tell yourself a story to tease yourself, or if you're reliving a memory, or if it's really personal, but whatever it is, it has to be personal. Even if you're portraying another character, it still has to come out of your mouth. So we work on that kind of thing, and it's really it's fun, even for people who aren't necessarily going to do it for living. To learn that kind of communication and that kind of vulnerability and that kind of spontaneity is really exciting to watch, and I love it.
I asked the question, but people don't necessarily understand. By the time they get to you, they can sing. They can probably sing very beautifully. So when you teach it, you can't just teach if you're an opera singer, you learn, I guess, certain throat and vocal and head voice, chest voice, tuchus voice. I've taken.
Tuchus voice is very important. You got to sing from your tuchus. That's important.
I do several times.
The best support is down there.
That's right, the bellows. Fill the bellows with air, and then push it out. Anyway, but where was I going with it? But to realize that you're being what you're singing, not just creating notes. That's
because, pretty sounds. Okay, pretty sounds are lovely, but even we're given the gift as musicians or actors or both, because it's necessary. All of a good composer, you get a good piece of music, you know exactly what is going on in that music, whether there's words or not. You listen to Yo-Yo Ma play the cello. you know what he's feeling, you know what he's mourning. There's a wonderful TED talk of the gentleman who, gosh, what symphony was he the head of? And I'm not going to remember, but he talks about one buttock playing because he's a pianist, and he would sit there and get his entire body into it. He wouldn't just sort of go doop 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 doop. He would move his whole body, and he played that dum 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 dum. It's a piano thing. We've all heard it, but it's. He said, "I want you to think of someone you've lost, and I want you to hold them in your memory. And now I'm going to play this." And because he talked about, here's this piece. Now, here's this note. I'm going to play this note. But the one that makes it sad because it's going, but then we have to go back to that note again. And we're not really sure. And all of that. And then when he played it from that perspective of having someone that you've lost. Everyone in the audience was just weeping. And that's the power of music and expression. And
please, when I sing, everybody in the audience weeps as well. That's nothing misery they do. Now, speaking of memories, speaking of things that you remember, what do you have one favorite moment of being on stage? One favorite night in some show that was just a culmination of what you do and who you are?
I will say the first thing that popped into my head, I'm sure there are many of them, and I hate those favorite things because I'm a Libra, so I'm always like, oh, I could be this, oh, it could be that, oh, I can't make a decision. They're all so good. I don't play favorites. But the first one thing that popped in my head when you said that, Skitch Henderson was the
Tonight Show guy, wasn't he?
Huh?
Wasn't he the Tonight Show guy for a while?
I think he was a conductor for the New York Pops. He probably, I think he had something to do with the Tonight Show. He was quite prolific at what he did for a very long time. But the last Pops performance that he had before he died was conducting a concert that I was featured in, and he decided, and it was my Carnegie Hall debut. And he decided that he wanted to start the concert with me dressed in an usher outfit, wandering, or maybe it was not an usher, one of the cleaning staff that they have there, sort of doing a Carol Burnett, walking out onto the stage, on a darkened stage, looking around at Carnegie Hall and sing a cappella, "There's No Business Like Show Business." And I was like, you want, okay. Like, I didn't understand why, but I was like, I went with it. And Carnegie Hall debut and sitting there, I mean, it just was one of those magical New York theater performer actor moments. Like, this is the most surreal, and I will remember this for the rest of my life. This is amazing. Yeah.
By the way, how do you get to Carnegie Hall?
Practice, practice, practice.
No, it's the A train. You go to 57th Street. What the hell's wrong with you? But anywho.
ENR? Isn't that closer?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Right.
You gotta walk a couple extra long blocks if you take the A train.
Let me remind people, I hope we have a few more minutes with you, Christiane.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, good. Yay. Because we have a few more questions, but I want to remind again, speaking of memory, that you can see her and watch her do what she does so beautifully by going to twhartford.org to see Christiane Noll in Coming Alive Again.
You can buy a ticket, and the stream will be available once you activate your ticket. You will be available you can buy it and just not activate it. So when you're ready to watch, it will be available to you then for 72 hours, I believe. I hope, Freddie, I hope that's right. But you activate it and then it'll be ready for you to watch. But you can, and if you want to watch it again with other people and say, oh, this is really good, then you buy another ticket, reactivate it. But you have the opportunity to do that from it's the 9th through the 30th, is that correct?
May 9th through May 30th at twhartford.org. It's $25 a ticket, steal, a bargain.
Well, it's also supporting an amazing organization that is Theater Works Hartford, that has been bringing incredible theater and art to all of the subscribers, still throughout this pandemic. extended the most recent play that they were doing, and which I watched, which was amazing. It was really, really good. They do tremendous work there, and I am a big fan of their organization. So I was thrilled to be able to. Rob Ruggiero runs a lovely ship over there, so I was glad to be invited. That's where I did Next to Normal.
Oh my goodness, yes.
I have my association with them, and then obviously Mac and Mabel is where it was at Goodspeed. So both of these organizations are co-producing this event.
What is the funniest, weirdest, most ridiculous thing that ever happened to you in performing?
Oh, getting to perform with Jason Graae.
Because it's just so delightful and fun and funny. I get that.
Yeah, it's so delightful and fun and funny. I am known. I used to have a steel trap. I would know my lines and everybody else's, and I was a real pain in the butt, and I was really great that way. And the minute that I had a child, it was like a sieve. It just, everything just fell out, and now I'm cute and funny and stupid because I can't remember anything anymore. So, but my mouth still moves. So sometimes words will just come out of my mouth, and then I hear myself saying things, even though I'm in it. I'm not going on autopilot. I know what I'm saying, and I will start to just make up stuff and try to make sure it rhymes and still make sure that it's part of the play. And then get back on, and the people will be like, "What is she doing?" My coworkers, but they know like the story's still going to get told. It's just not going to be quite what was written.
So did that happen in Hanson a couple of times?
Yeah, that's happened in Hanson. That's happened a lot.
Did you break your arm? Did you do yourself harm?
Exactly.
Harm. Yeah.
Farm. Oh, if I went to the farm, I'm not really sure what.
No cause for alarm. Yeah.
I find it alarming how. Yeah.
Wow. Well, yeah. Now let's go dark. Let's go dark and deep just for a moment, because one of the big stories.
Dark.
Not only did we have to deal with the pandemic for a whole year and all that horror and misery, this is also when all the theater companies and the Broadway producers are doing a reset, not just in terms of inviting more people of color and different backgrounds, but in terms of the way they're treated. Do you have any stories either directly about Scott Rudin or that actress, I think it was Karen Olivo, quit, and she wasn't even in a Rudin show. She's just like, "Oh, I've taken too much crap from people. I'm quitting, because I can." And all these young actors who can't. So, you don't have to mention names.
I've never worked with Scott Rudin. Every interview that I ever heard and people discussing a show or a movie or a project that he did, always, no matter who it was, even the people that were the most positive people, there would always be a tone of something that was never necessarily identifiable as, oh, and he was a real horse's ass or whatever. I mean, but there was always something that I kind of was like, gosh, he doesn't sound like a very nice person. But this business, it's commercial theater. It's commercial. That first, it's money making. So when Hollywood decided to get involved, because they weren't necessarily for the longest time, they were like, oh wait, Wicked made a lot of money, and still makes a lot of money. So you mean if we could put like maybe like the coffee budget off of a film, we could put that and produce a Broadway show, and then if it works, it stands to make a whole great, because it's a money making venture. And unfortunately, I mean, we had Harvey Weinstein came in with, Finding Neverland, kicked out. My husband was a part of Motown, and they were one of the five shows that were making over $1 million a week, which is, they were making money. Like, that was not even sort of making money, but he wanted their theater, so he kicked them out, because I guess he bought it, or they were like, well, it's Harvey Weinstein, and obviously we know the stories that accompany him as well. So it's a really difficult position to be in. Karen Olivo, Lord love her, because she's, like she said, I'm in a position, so I'm going to make a statement. And if more people made those statements, then changes would have to be made. And I think that's what's going on right now.
Are we waiting for another sugar drop? Is there someone that you've heard about that in a year or two, finally you say, that person did, I've heard from here and here and here.
I'm not going to be very helpful, because what I will talk about in this kind of thing, and it's because I have not had firsthand knowledge or even secondhand. I hate to say that like I'm above all that. That's not what I don't mean to say that way. But as we have been talking about how people are treated and all of that kind of stuff, a lot of it is accompanying the notion of, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want people to think I was being difficult, or I didn't want to hurt someone's feelings, or I didn't want to do whatever. And whether that is my privilege or how I was raised or whatever, I have always spoken up. In terms of in terms of how I was being mistreated, or if I saw someone else,
Well, can you tell, without naming names, can you tell a story of when this happened to you, or something you witnessed where you're like, stop that?
Well, like if there had been someone's like, well, women would, when we were having the Me Too movement a while, and people would be like, oh my gosh, I had it, with so and so and so and so and all those kind of things. I'm like, no one has ever hit on me. Or if they did, I emasculated them before it became an option for me. Like I wouldn't even have a whiff of it, because if I noticed anyone sort of doing that, I'd be like, what are you doing? Like I would laugh at it. Like, what is wrong with you? Or like, so people would never put me in that position. I was not, and that's to my credit or to my detriment, depending on how this business works. Like some people in power will want to surround themselves with people they can manipulate. And if I'm not someone that can be manipulated that way, or that I, would be like, no, I don't like this, or I don't understand this, or, rather than just going, oh, okay, I'll figure it out, it's all right, then I may be someone that you want to work with, or I may not be someone you want to work with. So I've been really fortunate that the people have chosen to work with me. Take all of me, all of my ideas, and all of my, I don't understand that. Oh, that's, or whatever.
Yeah, I've always been asked to be on the praying couch in some various rabbis' houses, and I always was like, no, thank you. I brought Entenmann's cake. We'll have that, but
we'll have that instead. Yeah, but for a while I was like, well, maybe I'm not, desirable. No one's ever hit on me. Like, I don't understand. But then that's sort of silly, because you go, no, obviously there's a way that I'm walking in the world that is, and I'm not victim shaming either, because that's, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know what it is specifically to be. I believe I have infused my daughter with it. I hope so. She has a little more grace perhaps than I do accompanying it. But I feel like that was like the next step. It's for people who have been put in a position where they do not feel like they can be authentically themselves without being attacked, or being side-eyed, or being put, being given a lesser opportunity, or whatever. I mean, whether that's, the Jewish community has had to deal with that for, millennia. The same with the hundreds and hundreds of years for the Black community. I mean, I hate the word BIPOC, because that's grouping everybody. If you say non-white people, I mean, there's that as well.
Yeah, I mean, BIPOC, it leaves out Hispanics, by the way, leaves out Asians and Eskimos. Those Eskimos, I feel so just always neglected, and they're always cold. I mean, so what a way to go through life.
Yeah, unless you get a good, you get the good whale blubber to like make it. I don't know whatever.
I don't even know where we're going there. Let's move on to a different topic because we have a few more minutes, I hope, with the delightful, the lovely Christiane Noll. First of all, I do, every time I say your name as a Jew, I hear the Christ. It
You
makes me
want to say,
Christian Noll. So, did you have any religious upbringing at all? Did you go to church? Did you go to synagogue? To
I
What?
I actually I went to Hebrew school and I went to catechism because I was not we were raised I guess my we were raised music. Music was our religion. That was our religion. And both my parents, when they were growing up, had churches that had incredible music programs. So they would go, so every summer I would go and be United Church of Christ in Fleetwood, Pennsylvania with my paternal grandparents, and then Southern Baptist with my maternal grandmother. But we never found a home, anything. We tried going to Riverside Church over in at the big, huge Presbyterian church over in New York City. Sometimes we would go in there because they had an amazing music program, but we never really formulated something. So I grew up in Bergen County, New Jersey, where you were either Catholic or you were Jewish. And so and all of my friends were then going to catechism or Hebrew school. So I asked to tag along because I wanted to learn about it, and they actually allowed me to go on a number of occasions. I was able to go to Hebrew school and I was able to go to catechism.
Oh, because I was waiting for, did the Hebrew school have a music program or something? Did they have?
No, because I was always when I was younger and would go to Sunday school and stuff, I was always asking why this, why that, what's this, what's that, doesn't make sense, what about this, and asking questions. And finally, I believe my mom said, you don't have to bring her back anymore because it was being disruptive. So, I've always been spiritual in that there are billions of people in this world who have billions of ways of expressing their faith, and so I'm curious about all of it because it's personal and unique to each and every person. And I don't want to be someone to say, okay, that's this, it's that. It's because it's unique and special to everybody. But I can't say that without being exposed to it. And so it was amazing. I got to do a show over in Thailand to go to the Buddhist temples in Thailand, a more devout nation. It was amazing. The feeling in there was extraordinary. I sang in Jerusalem with the symphony over there, and I went to the wall, and oh my heavens, what wall? Yeah, but the energy in that city is extraordinary. So it's been an ongoing journey, I think, for me of non-committal, but open to everything.
Which you have to be as a performer, as an actor. Or in the improv thing, you never say no. It's like, yeah, you're a cactus. Okay, yeah. And what does a cactus say? Yes, about to everything.
In my own household, I mean, we say we go to church and that we'll go out and go hiking, and we'll go out and be out in nature for the whole morning, for hours, and just breathe and listen and hear and hike and climb, and it feels like church. I mean, it is.
That's the difference. Jews don't hike. We cower.
Oh, no. I don't believe it.
The great outdoors is not so great for us. I can't. Privet allergy. It's nothing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's terrible. So, Christiane Noll, do you have a favorite all-time musical?
My favorite all-time musical, I have a few. I loved Once on This Island. I remember that being a moment, which is Ahrens and Flaherty, who wrote Ragtime, so exciting to get to work with them firsthand. But I remember seeing that, hearing that, and just weeping. Again, music, expression, people, soulful, the storytelling, honesty. It was just like, oh, I just love that. Mama Will Provide, and she's just wailing to the heavens, and I'm like, this is awesome. I love this. So there was that. I remember going to see City of Angels for the first time, and I was really into, still love it, like Lambert Hendrickson Ross and Manhattan Transfer and all of that,
Oh
uh,
yeah,
vocalese and stuff.
Daddy, sort yeah, right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And it started with I was like, what? 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 Like, there's a music. Were you kidding? And it's the only time I've ever been in the theater where I'm like, I want to do, oh, and that was the first big show I ever got out of college, happened to be that show. So I was like, I'm gonna do that. And I did.
Two
You know,
words, by the way, if you don't know them already. Shuby Taylor. Look at
Shuby Taylor, I will look that up.
Shuby Taylor. You must hear Shuby
Okay.
Taylor.
Okay.
I like that in the scat world.
And
But
of course, like West Side Story is a masterpiece, and My Fair Lady is also stunning and amazing. So I mean, yeah,
and of course, you must have personal love for Jekyll and Hyde because that was your real first ticket in. Did you see the revival that they did a few years? How do you watch a revival when you created the thing? Yeah.
I didn't go see it. I feel like was I even in town? I feel like I missed it, which is terrible. But yeah, I don't think I was even in to be able to see it. I Jekyll and Hyde was the best of times and the worst of times. Anytime you do anything for like 4 or 5 years, it's going to be your life is going to be highs and lows and everything, because it became all encompassing. Because I did regional productions and pre-Broadway tour and the Broadway tour, and like there was just a lot of in the development of it, and it was really amazing. And it was my first big responsibility where I was allowed to contribute. They were writing it, and then I would do something, and they're like, "Oh, let's add her into the," which was like I was sort of spoiled in that regard. So it's like rather than just being, okay, you're an actor, say the words, and that's it. Hit your mark, say the words. No, you don't have to have an opinion. You don't get to talk about it. But they were enlisting. I would do something, and what do you think of that? How's that feel? And then I was like, oh, I get to speak, which was opening up a can of worms for me. Like, oh, I get to give you what I think. Oh, fantastic! I get to have an opinion. So, I mean, that was amazing, and it was the experience with the fans on that show.
Oh, the Jackies. Remember the Jackies? Yes.
It was the first that called themselves something. It was the first time that really that there was an organized fan group for a musical. And it was extraordinary experience to actually get out there and do something and have people screaming like you're at a rock concert. It's like, I mean, now that's sort of commonplace. We've with Hamilton and Dear Evan Hansen certainly also falls into that, and Rent it was as well. But I mean, a lot of the shows they end up with that kind of voracious fan base.
But what you also mentioned was the worst of times. Is it just because you got after 4 or 5 years, you're like, okay, time to make the.
Well, there are gonna be moments of this is really fulfilling. There are gonna be moments of disappointment where things don't go the way you would hope that they would go. That was the first time I was getting reviewed by lots of places, and sometimes we were well received, sometimes we weren't, and it really didn't matter. The being involved with anything over a long period of time, that becomes family. You don't always a family in the best and the worst things. Sometimes your family feeds you and lifts you up and makes you feel wonderful, and other times your family kind of leaves you in a puddle in the corner. I mean, that's just part of it. So but you can't have one without the other. That is there. No experience.
If the show closes in 3 months, but if you go on for 4 or 5 years,
right. It's
going
but it becomes an incredible learning experience, and something that is filled with so much for you to take away with and take with you that is necessary, that you don't learn in college, and you don't learn when you just do something for 3 months. How do you sustain something? How do you sustain relationships with everybody for that amount of time?
Oh, I wish I knew.
People coming in and out and all of that kind of stuff. It was incredible experience. But for me to say, oh, it was amazing, would be disingenuous, from beginning to end, because nothing is like that. There's always going to be, yeah, right?
And no, I'm talking, but it's so great to hear the honesty there. Of like, because actors will get on. Oh, everybody was so perfect all the
No,
time.
I hate that. It's not true. And I know, I was probably as much of a source of any time I go anywhere. You have to be realistic about how you are in the world and how you relate to other people, and it's a business, and same with anything else. You, I'm sure you have people that you've encountered over the course. Sometimes you get along with, sometimes you don't. You have misunderstandings.
I hate everybody. Literally, I dislike everyone I've ever met.
What?
It's just
I don't like people either. It's like either.
literally, yeah. And I know it's not me. It's
I
them.
hate people. I hate people. I can't stand it. You drive me
No,
nuts.
no. I know we need to wrap up, but it's just been
Yes,
such a delight
absolutely.
to talk to. Can I ask you one? Well, all right. Let me remind people though that if you go to twhartford.org, you can buy tickets for only $25. It supports Hartford. I think some of the money also would go to Goodspeed, wouldn't it?
And also, I believe you can go to the Goodspeed Musicals website as well. Yes, they will. They're selling them both there.
You can pre-buy. It starts May 9th. It goes through May 30th. But wait till the show's over. But after the show's over, you can go on the website and buy tickets to see Christiane Noll coming alive again. So, Christiane Noll, one last question before I let you go.
Yes.
You've done so many musicals over the years, so many shows over the years. Is there a role that, let's say, over the next 5 years, if you had your druthers, if you had your dream role that you haven't played yet, you played pretty much almost all of them. Is there like, oh, I want to play?
The show that this coming alive again. Actually, the first incarnation was a song. We called it songs from shows Rob wants me to do. That was the director that I was.
Ruggiero, yeah.
Rob Ruggiero. And so I know a project I'd love to work with him on is Bridges Over Madison County. I would love to work on that. I would love to have the opportunity to do. I go back and forth. Do I want to do Desiree or do I want to do Madame Armfeld? Because I feel like my mentality is more of the old lady in A Little Night Music.
Well, you
But
have time.
I'm not quite there yet. But
Yeah.
I'm excited to get to her. For the longest time, I used to say, well, it hasn't been written yet because I always wanted to work on a new piece. But any number of Sondheim shows. I mean, when you come up as a young performer, Sondheim is just so it just gets all of your synapses firing as an actor and as a performer. Sometimes I think they're more fun for the people on stage than they are for the people in the audience, but I could be wrong about that. But any of them, I would love to do Dot. I don't know that I will get that opportunity. I think I may have passed that one. Sweeney Todd would be amazing, but
would that be a stretch? I don't, as a Mrs. Loving, you're such a sweetie. Well, she's a sweetie in a way. Yeah.
Well, it would definitely be a different turn, and we had, and that's something that we discovered when it was like show. First, Rob was very, oh, you can do anything. You should do this and this and this and this and this, and then I would dive into it. I'm like, yeah, see, I'm not really that. That's not really. I mean, yeah, I could do it. I could do my version of it, but it would have to be my version of it. And that might not be what you all are expecting. And sometimes that works. Sometimes you learn something new by putting a role into the package of something that is not what you're expecting. Then you're like, ooh, I got a whole, like I think when Bernadette Peters did Gypsy, people were like, oh, I don't know. But you learned a whole lot more about that character by her doing what that was coming at her. So that's what I love about live theater, and I love with revivals. They said, how do you look at a revival? With fresh eyes. You look at it as if you were reading it for the first time, and because it, like I said, it has to come out of your mouth. So what makes it unique to you, and what can you bring to it?
Well, Christiane Noll has brought so much to us on this Shabbos morning. It remains for me, again, one more time, remind you, May 9th or May 30th, get tickets to see her online in Coming Alive Again, and then look for you have a website, right, where they can see you.
I do. I have a website and on Instagram and on Twitter and yeah. But
Follow Christiane Noll, see where she's going to be live in person at the end of the year in 2022, 23, 24, 27, 58.
Oh, mwah.
I just want to thank you
And
so
next to you. Thank you so much.
and much continued success to you. Let's hear a little bit more of Christiane Noll with her daughter on the uke, finishing the song, Can't Help Falling in Love with Her. And shalom to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See, darling, so it goes that some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, 'cause I can't help falling in love with you. 'Cause I can't help falling in love with you.
Christiane Noll, ladies and gentlemen, in the Daverhood, live with Rabbi Saul Solomon on this Saturday morning. It is, by the way, May 1st, May Day 2021. We're here with the 796th episode of Dave's Gone By. With me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce.
What a great interview. What
What?
an interesting woman.
Yeah. I mean, we get it, man. And
She's done it all.
we're just beginning
Wow.
the show. Because don't forget, we have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, where we're going to La Garita. We've got our Greeley Crimes and Old Time segment. We have Rabbi Saul coming back to do a rabbinical reflection all about the Jewish holiday that just ended yesterday of Lag BaOmer and what happened in Israel owing to that holiday. We have beautiful Potato with us. Hello. And most importantly, coming up in about 15 minutes, our Today, Yesterday trivia quiz featuring not only our regular panelists, theater critics Leslie Hoban Blake and David Sheward, but joining us one more day. You could see how Christiane Noll loved Jason Graae. Everybody loves Jason Graae. Jason Graae going to be playing with us on the trivia quiz. So don't go away. This is where you, even on a beautiful, spring May morning, you belong here watching Dave's Gone By. So, what else do I... Well, first of all, let's get some business out of the way. We are sponsored partially by the fine folks at Hewlett Minuteman Press, the Copy Kings of Broadway. Broadway in Hewlett, Long Island, by the way. Yeah, this is the franchise that the Toron family owns of the big old Minuteman company. Theirs is right in the heart of Hewlett. It's across the street from, it is now a Petco, right? It was a Loman's.
No,
now
it's
it's
not a Petco anymore. It's out. Petco's out.
Whoa, the pet thing went out?
Yes.
Holy cannoli. It was it's across the street from a really giant empty building.
It's next to the candy place. You love that.
Yes. Oh my God, the chocolatiers. My boss and the folks where I work were very, very kind. So on, admin help secretary's day, instead of just getting flowers or stuff, she went to a chocolate place because she knew my predilections, and she got me these chocolate-covered pretzels. Oh, bless you. So, I didn't like them that much. No, I did. They were good. So... but we're talking about Hewlett Minuteman Press, which is in that same little strip mall shopping area. Go to them. Go with whether you have a single-sided page. A lot of people don't have fax machines anymore. You need to fax something. Well, yeah, I guess you can do it on your phone, but you can bring a signed official thing. They'll fax for you. They'll double-side, single-side color copies on weird big paper, posters, banners, booklets that you have to put together, all kinds of binding. Plus, if you have uniforms, for your company or maybe a softball team. You need silk screening, you need logos put on. Hewlett Minuteman Press does all of that, including your classic business stuff like business cards and calendars. Let's see, Noll. N for Noll. Among all the services available from Hewlett Minuteman Press, this is just for the letter N. N for Noll. Nameplates, napkins, what is that, NCR? I don't know what that is. Carbonless forms.
TV show, honey.
Oh, and yeah. I want my NCR newsletters, notepads, and numbering. They do. I mean, that literally, it's just the letter N. And if you tell them Dave sent you, you get not N, but 10% off any job at Hewlett Minuteman Press, so give them a call. 516-569-5577. Area code 516-569-5577. Hewlett Minuteman Press. They are the copy of kings. So, it's a little after a quarter after 10 o'clock Eastern Time here in the Daverhood. We're here every Saturday morning from 9 until noon or thereabouts. More information about the show at davesgoneby.com. But before we get to all that, are you feeling criminal, my darling? Do you have, do you want to get Greeley criminalized, if that's a word? Because every week on the show we do a segment called Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Greeley Crimes and Old Times, where they have two columns in the newspaper, the Greeley Tribune. One is called Cop Log, about phone calls that come into police dispatch. The funny ones are put in the newspaper. And then they've also got 100 years ago, where Mike Peters from the paper goes into the Greeley newspaper from 1921 and picks out, from a modern perspective, what are the goofiest, weirdest, funniest things that were in the paper back then. We mix them up, we call it Greeley Crimes and Old Times, and it's quite a lot. I think it's quite a lot of fun. Let's do it. Our first crime of the day, a caller reported that a homeless man had been hitting plastic barrels and buckets and making a lot of noise. Caller said the issue had been going on for over a week. It's called, it's a little bit of the New York subways brought to Greeley, Colorado.
If somebody can play those buckets and barrels for over a week, they got stamina.
I know, right? Huh. I don't know, maybe it's something he wanted to do all his life. Yeah, and it's on his barrel list.
Maybe that's David. Oh, hold on. Wait. Maybe he's on doing his Zoom performances. Maybe that's some kind of Zoom performance.
Oh, that could be. That could be.
So.
A caller
Wait.
on M Street
On M Street.
reported that a man wearing Power Rangers pajamas pulled a fire alarm, and then this man took off with a shovel in his hand. We've gone so far from Superman. It's just like, okay, this is what superheroes do now.
Where were you on that, Dan? Like to know. Were you,
That'd be interesting if Marvel got really, really dark, and they created a superhero whose job it was to very quickly bury the dead.
Oh.
That would be his thing. He'd just go with a shovel, and he just pick them up. He's super strong, so he can take the corpses and just throw them in. I don't know. Hey, a man, did you know that there was a place in Greeley called Balsam Avenue? Balsam Avenue. A man on Balsam Avenue called to ask if he could borrow a trap for a squirrel that had been terrorizing his wife.
honest to God, David, like if you're terrorized by a squirrel, you got pandemic overload.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're afraid of rabies and stuff like that. If a squirrel were like aggressive and looking at you, like a foamy mouth, pelting you with acorns, and it could happen. Could happen.
Oh, wait, where's my thing?
Whoa. Oh, you missed that? Here we go. Whatever. Let's do an old time. Let's do These are from 100 years ago, also in what was then called the Greeley Tribune Republican newspaper. Police were called, this is a hell of a one to start with, speaking of BIPOC. People were called to a Boulder theater where 8 black people were sat in the white area of the theater. When police said they must sit in the black section, they first refused, but took the seats when a police officer threatened to arrest them. They have asked that the officer involved be dismissed from the police force. And the weirdest part of this is when the Tribune printed this like a week or two ago, from 100 years ago, black people is in parentheses. So I don't know if back in the day they used, I can't imagine they used the N-word, but maybe Negro
No, they might have.
instead of black.
It might have been, I don't know, David. I wouldn't be surprised.
Dark, where 8 darkies sat in the white area of the theater.
That's what Lord Snuzzleton says.
But it didn't occur to me that like Colorado would have white and black segregated sections.
Colorado, they did internment of Japanese. They had Japanese internment camps.
But that was in a war.
Yeah,
it was a
but
race
hello,
war. Yeah,
hello.
Okay. But wow.
Look at me. Look at me. Look
uh,
at me.
I sat in the Japanese section of a theater one time for about an hour, and then I wanted to go back to the white section again. It's a little comedy. Advertisement here. This is advertisement from the newspaper 100 years ago. Oh, stop that.
I love it.
Of course you'll own a Buick sooner or later, so why not now? Slightly used Buicks on sale now at the Weld County Garage. Something about that, like just the phrase "slightly
Can I ask,
used."
is the Buick a status symbol car?
Maybe, yeah, I guess.
Okay,
Or back in 1921, who knew that Buicks were around for that long, man? I mean, like a Toyota Tercel, you didn't ask for that back in 1921. An Edsel you could have.
Yes, that's what I want.
I would love to find an authentic 1924 Subaru. They're really, really hard to find at this point. Now I like that phrase "slightly used" because it just takes like a word, the right placement sometimes to make something that isn't funny at all really funny, or at the very least really funny to me. So you see if this works for you too. Okay, this is from the papers 100 years ago. There will be no school for the rest of the week in Gilchrist as the teacher, Miss Henry, has come down with diphtheria. There's nothing funny about that, and yet the word diphtheria.
I'm sure for her it wasn't.
No, it wasn't funny at all. But as Miss Henry, it's not Miss Henry, it's
Yeah, but David,
Miss Henry.
this is before HIPAA. Like clearly, you shouldn't release people's medical
I know.
conditions
Maybe diphtheria is a euphemism for the herp.
Maybe at least
And they use diphtheria instead of.
At least they didn't say hysteria.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But my gosh, something about the word diphtheria. Such a wonderful word. Hey, the owner of a feed store in Greeley fired shots at a federal officer who was investigating bootlegging and gambling at the store. Shots were fired from both men, but no one was injured. The store owner, who was arrested, said he thought the officer was a robber, or maybe he just reached for a taser. But anywho, let's do another crime. Let's have some criminality here from modern times. This is from a week or two ago in Greeley. Reported in the Tribune, a caller on 10th Avenue reported that there was a what do you think was in the dumpster?
A squirrel,
No,
a pigeon,
no.
garbage,
Well, yes, and also,
a hobo, chicken.
okay, you know what? You almost hit it there. A naked man in the dumpster. And the man had been in the dumpster for over an hour. I can understand dumpster diving. I'm one of those people who is curious about garbage. I'm someone who might think it doesn't look so bad, and that is kind of interesting. I would love to have that.
I can understand maybe you're dumpster diving and you fall in, but why naked?
Why naked? Why?
That's what I don't get. Maybe you don't want to get your clothes dirty?
Good point.
So
Or
you just get your entire body filled with garbage.
or maybe there's clothing in the dumpster that he was trying on. So he's checking himself. He brings a little mirror that he puts on the side of the dumpster so he can see himself. And then, ooh, new suit. If I just get the gravy off, you know.
Maybe he thought it was a dressing room.
That could be. That could be. A caller. Speaking of, a caller on 9th Street reported a naked man going through the trash at the back of the building. Maybe I don't know if it's the same naked man.
It's gotta be. Come on. What are the chances, right?
Actually, one thing is, one banana peel and he's no longer naked. If you think
And
about
you're
it.
just covered.
Yeah.
Like,
Meanwhile, another caller on 9th Street reported a naked homeless man running in and out of an apartment building saying, quote, "He lives everywhere." He lives in you without clothes. So, and I want to let you know, by the way, ours, a caller on 11th Avenue said their neighbor keeps coming outside and urinating on their lawn and on the fence that faces their property. Yeah.
I understand these are important to people. Like, I do get it completely.
Yes.
But there's bigger fish to fry than a squirrel. I mean, I understand someone peeing on your lawn and stuff, but is that like a 911 emergency? That's not urgent.
Yeah, well, if it's repeated, I'd be pissed off.
Yeah.
A little bit of comedy there. Hey, we have to go outside of Greeley, by the way. We have to do one story. We do this every week, where it isn't from northern Colorado. It's further away. We pick one odd story of the news in the news. Oh, you know what?
What, honey?
We'll table that. We're going to save that one for next
Is
week
this fine?
because I want to bring in our special guest who's going to be playing the Today, Yesterday trivia quiz with David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake. Well, that was Greeley Crimes in Old Times. Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool. I'm sure that you'll agree. Okay, enough of that. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you please welcome to the Daverhood a man who is always in perfect harmony. Joining us as we speak. Here he is with a bowl of something in his hand. Is that breakfast?
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, yeah. Try not to choke to death on our show. Is there somebody pointing a laser at you? What's going on?
Laser. I'm having laser treatment as we're talking, actually.
There we go.
That'll be a nice chance.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a delight. We have back for the third time
Wow.
in the what dear?
He's going to burn his retinas.
Yeah, but it's out of your eyes. I think he lowered your retinas are okay.
Is it all right?
Yeah, you look great. You look great.
Beautiful.
It's 7:30 in the morning here, by the way, in LA.
How is it? Is it beautiful weather in LA like it always is, or?
It is beautiful. It's gotten beautiful. It was a little chilly, but now yesterday summer actually hit officially.
Let me ask you, Jason. By the way, this is Jason Graae. You've seen him on Broadway. You've seen him off Broadway. He's doing a tribute.
A happy May Day.
A happy May Day to you, Jason. So, but
Thank
here's a
you.
question. You're a theater guy. You are a cabaret guy. Why LA?
That's a terrible thing to say to anybody. I came out to LA to do Forbidden Hollywood so long ago. We did the premiere of it, Gerard Alessandrini, who did Forbidden Broadway, premiered a new show, Forbidden Hollywood, in 1995, I think. And so I came out here with Christine Petty and Jerry McIntyre and Suzanne Blakesley, and I stayed. I actually was going back and forth. I kept my apartment in New York, but I really liked LA. I liked doing TV. That was really fun. And then I got evicted from my apartment in New York, so I just became a Los Angelino out of default.
You're literally where you're living now is larger. What we're seeing is larger than a New York apartment. So congratulations, my man.
You get a little space here. You do get a little space. And now I have to tell you, I live under the hoe of the Hollywood sign. So,
Really?
yeah, kind of apropos, the hoe.
The hoe of the Hollywood. Well, we won't go there. By the way, I can tell people as we wait for our other guests in the Today Yesterday quiz that I first met Jason when I was running the box office for a show that he was in off Broadway 25, maybe 30 years ago now, called Olympus on My Mind. at the
Jeez.
the Actors Outlet Theater on 28th Street. And I just remember him being, and the people in that show were like Faith Prince, Ron Raines, who was else was Peter
Louis,
Capitan. Yeah,
Peter Capitan, Louis Stadlin.
of course, Louis. Yeah, who was on this show last year. Yeah,
He was
yeah.
so funny. I played his twin, and Emily Zacharias, Peggy Hewitt. It was an incredible, incredible cast.
Was that your first big show, as it were? I mean, it went eventually on Broadway, I think, with Joyce DeWitt. But did you was that like the first big moment for you in the York Theater?
No, I had other moments, but I had done some floppy kind of shows. And so I guess maybe it might have been my first, kind of hit show. I mean, it was an odd beginning, that show. We started it as a workshop called Heaven on Earth with a chorus. It was a very different feel, and it ran like almost 3 hours, and it wasn't really well received. And then we started doing backers auditions, and Faith Prince had auditioned for the show, and they loved her so much, but they couldn't find a character for her, and her character wasn't in the original workshop. So they added this whole subplot of Murray the furrier, the fake producer of Olympus on My Mind, and his wife, who had no talent at all. And she came out and modeled his furs and all that stuff. So they added this gimmick to the show when we moved to the Actors Outlet, and it became a big hit. And none of us knew what to do, because Faith would walk on stage, stop the action to sell one of her husband's furs, and she had no talent. And we'd all just stop and go, what the hell is happening? And that's kind of what made the show work.
Well, it was also very clever, very tuneful. But I'm a little surprised that it hasn't had, I mean, they've done it, I guess, in community and regionals, but it really hasn't had a return life. And I'm kind of surprised at that, because it was a good piece of work. So I'm just...
Well, there's that basic plot about this God that is just disguises himself as different people to come down to earth to go to bed with any woman he wants to. Right. So maybe it's a little misogynistic.
Yeah, so we won't see for another 20 more years, and then Scott Rudin ain't going to produce it now. So there you go.
There you go.
Let me bring in, by the way, one of the people who's also going to play the Today Yesterday quiz with you. He is a writer, a blogger. He's also the former president of the Drama Desk. Won't you please welcome to the Daverhood, welcome back to the Daverhood, David Sheward. Hello, David. And David, do you recognize, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think you must recognize our special guest playing the Today Yesterday quiz.
Just say yes, David. Just say yes.
Yes.
His hair darker. He was in Hello Mugga, Hello Fagga. He was in...
Graae.
Huh?
Graae.
You win the game.
You got it. That is, in fact, Jason Graae joining us for the third time in the Daverhood. So
Nice to see you.
until Leslie decides to, or is able to join us.
Do you want to tell Jason about the pen and paper and the stuffed animals?
Oh, yes. A couple of things, Jason. In pre-preparation for the quiz, do you have a pen and paper handy?
I will.
Yes, you will. And it can be scrapped, like just a little piece of whatever, and a crayon or blood.
You're
Back
so
with an envelope.
Oh my God, wait a sec. I'm in my office and I can't find one pen, but hold on just a second.
Isn't that the truth? Yeah, isn't that always the way?
Here's a pen. I have a pen, Dave.
Okay. Oh, and if you have any stuffed animals or unstuffed animals or real animals, we generally...
Any totem. It could be
any kind of totem.
Or
any
familiar, like you're familiar.
Piece of memorabilia from a show, perhaps. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Whoa! Why do you have that? Do you play hockey, or have you been killing people?
It's from my Friday the 13th days with Jason.
Oh.
Oh, because you're Jason, I get it. Oh, I didn't.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Thank you.
I got that.
Thank you, David. I appreciate it.
Let me. By the way, let me also push something, as it were.
Sound effect.
we people can see you doing a tribute to Jerry Herman. How can I not remind people of this? It's called Perfect Harmony. You've been doing it for a few years in different ways. Where's the latest? How can people see it? What is it?
Yeah, it's been streaming for 5 weeks, and this is the closing weekend. It's been streaming. It was co-produced by two great theater companies that I've worked at that I love. One in LA, Musical Theater West, and which is in Long Beach, and then the others at 42nd Street Moon Theater in San Francisco, where I've worked a lot, and they're great, great friends of mine. And so they co-produced it, and my friend, musical director John Boswell, and I filmed it about a month and a half ago, and it's been streaming. It's peculiar because it's a live cabaret show for no audience, but we were like in the same room together, which was thrilling. And the people on the production crew had their masks on, and they were covering their mouths, laughing, trying not to laugh out loud, which is the story of all our lives for the last 15 months. But it was really, really fun to do. And it's the first time that I have so many stories because I've worked with Jerry so closely over the last 20 years. And so it was first time that I've done this show since he passed. And it was really moving. It's really, really moving.
Would you mind sharing a great Jerry Herman story? I mean, not to take away from the show itself, but if you want to share one that isn't that didn't make the cut.
Well, I can't share those things, but just kidding. I'm just kidding. I know so many great stories about him. Well, one of the things I talk about in the show, and then I sing "You're My Best Girl," but we traveled the country in the show called Hello, Jerry, and it was Jerry and me and Karen Morrow. Perhaps you've heard of her.
Oh, yes.
And Paige O'Hara and Don Pippin, who was his musical director for years, his conductor and Mame, and so one of the things, aside from finding out that Jerry had a wicked, naughty sense of humor, and he was funny and he was generous and he was as optimistic and hopeful as his songs.
It really was. He really was, like all those songs that come out. That's how he was, right?
That's really how he was. And it really came from his mother. And he loved to talk about that his mother was, she had the wit of Dolly Levi and the class of Mame Dennis. And he said that every morning before going to school, his mother would burst into the room to wake him up. She'd open the shutters and she'd yell, "It's today."
And of course the song came out. Wow. That is, I mean, kind of wonder what they would have been like if Stephen Sondheim and Jerry Herman had swapped moms. A completely different musical theater idiom all over the place.
Possibilities are limitless.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So
I was just going to say, on a tangent, I just saw this commercial that the Buzzer Network is going to have a celebration of theater people on game shows. And they're showing on May the 16th, and they're showing a rare episode of Password with Stephen Sondheim and Lee Remick.
Oh my God.
I had no idea. Wow, I didn't even know he did. That's pretty freaking
Like
cool.
from the mid 60s. It's in black and white.
I bet that's an intense half hour.
A Password, yes.
Whoa.
Have you worked with Sondheim, Jason, directly? Have you?
I've done a couple things with him in New York that he was indirectly involved. I did Bruce Kimmel's first album that he did on his Spotlight series, which was Unsung Sondheim. And I sang this great song, No Marianne, which was great. And it's a great album of all these unknown Sondheim songs. And so Sondheim was involved, he'd listen to the playbacks and, he put in his 2 cents and all that. So, I knew him. I certainly did a lot of readings at the Dramatists Guild and ASCAP and BMI workshops and things like that. But I was never in a Sondheim show from the beginning that he did. I did make the mistake. I did for him at the York Theater, and I played Hysterium. God, this was in 1991, I think. And Pam Hunt directed it, and it was fun. And the night Sondheim came to see the show, it was a great show for Hysterium. I was so excited. And I asked everybody not to tell anybody when he was coming, not to tell me when he was coming. And after the show, he had just had an injury, and he'd broken his leg or something like that, and he was standing backstage, and he hadn't shaved in a while because he could barely move. And I was so overwhelmed to see him, and I was so funny that night, and I knew how excited he must have been to see me. And so I threw my arms around him and hugged him so tight, and he recoiled.
Well, he was in pain. Yeah. Oh.
He was in pain then.
Ow, wow.
I was so overwhelmed to see him. I couldn't help it.
I get it. Even 30 years ago, he was already like on Olympus, as it were. Let me ask, how have you been managing during the pandemic? As an actor, as a singer, a performer, what have you been doing besides this taping of Perfect Harmony? How's it been?
Well, it's I'll tell you the main thing that has really saved my sanity. For almost a year, I took a writing class with Claudette Sutherland, who anybody want to remember who she is?
The name sounds familiar. I'm trying to think.
The game show has begun, but now I'm the host. Claudette she was the original Smitty in How to Succeed in Business.
Oh, right.
Yes. Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
And she's a great writing teacher. I've known her through the business out here, through a lot of friends. And she was always trying to get me to take the class because I write my own crap and cabaret shows and things like that, but I would never call myself a writer. And she was like, I want to get a hold of you. I want to get a hold of you and do this. And so I had no excuse. I was, usually I'm on the road and I'm going places, so I can never do it. So she had this great Zoom writing class, and Faith Prince took it with me as well. And we did it for the bulk of last year, and you had to write a new story every week. And we were all terrified, but you got the adrenaline rush. Every weekend I would sit in the corner and I would just write, and because you had to come up with something, and it was fantastic. And she's a force of nature, Claudette. And I learned a lot. I got some basic tools about writing.
Like what? Because David Sheward, he's written a book about George C. Scott, and he's also a couple of other published books. And certainly you can read him in his blog and zillions of reviews over the past 30, 40 years. So what's a piece of advice from her through you, Jason Graae, about writing?
Well, I think that it's to not trust my natural instincts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing. So anything that I write usually is adrenaline rushed. There's a deadline, waiting, and you write. And so I sit down and I write and I use that first draft of whatever I do. And so I was getting away with that for the first few weeks. Then you realize what an arduous process it is. You get that thing down. You really do want to get whatever you're feeling. You want to just get it down on paper. But then you got to sit and spend time with it. It's very arduous and meticulous. And you spend time with the words, and you really, it made me really in awe of writers and how much they labor over their work. And it got me to really read between the lines and choose my words and to spend time with every story that I wrote. And it takes a lot of time.
So of the stories that you wrote week by week, do you have a favorite? What you don't have to read it to us, but I'm curious what the plot was or what the best story that came out of that workshop.
Well, oddly, the thing that was the biggest hit was when I wrote fiction, which I was terrified of. Fiction, most of the stuff that we were all writing was coming from memoir and personal experience and essays, which I really enjoyed. But fiction, where you just have a blank slate and you can write about anything. And so I wrote about a priest who had to step down because of a scandal that he had created in the church. And I was laughing so hard as I was reading it, I fell off the chair. I couldn't get through it. I found my writing to be so hilarious. I think think
it's so comical. It was a funny priest molestation story. Oh, okay.
Well, yes, it was. In my mind, it was. Yes, but that seemed to be the biggest hit. And they were kind of always saying, write fiction. That seems to be, a place for you to go. But I kind of steered away from that. So I wrote a lot of theater stories. There's so many theater stories. And what I really loved about it is during the pandemic, you don't have a chance to go tell your theater stories at parties or backstage, after shows and things. So I was really, I was starting to forget some of my theater stories. And so I got them written down on paper. So
because you collected like Seth Rudetsky. I mean, he just has like 3 memoirs of his, encounters and of what other actors have told him about different lives and stuff. David, before we will start the game, I promise. But David, have you ever written short stories? Have you ever written fiction?
Well, I've tried, but it is very difficult. I remember, and I read a lot, and it seems like, oh, this is easy. And I've actually tried it a few times, and it's really very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I'm back in school, back in college was the last time I think I actually wrote short stories that were fictional as opposed to essay things and comedy things. But
David, I know you as a critic
Yes.
first.
Yes.
So now are you still critiquing, or now have you crossed over into writing biographies, etc.?
Well, let me see. To earn my bread and butter, I'm teaching high school, but I am still writing, and I wrote the biography of George C. Scott because it's just something I've always wanted to do. He's my favorite actor, and there was no book out about him, which I found astonishing. So I felt it was just something I wanted to do and had to do. But I found that you can't make any money out of that. So unless you're very, very lucky or you have an independent income somewhere else. So I am still mainly writing reviews where I can. Like right now, I'm doing reviews of whatever is online, whatever's streaming. And I'm doing that while teaching school.
Nice.
And what's really interesting about David's George C. Scott book is that not only did he take out a copyright on it, he took out a patent on it.
Nicely done, Dave.
Oh, Mr. Peabody.
That is also part of what we do, Jason. If I make a pun, and I tend to make them, and they're really horrible, David graces us with a line from Rocky and Bullwinkle, "Oh, Mr. Peabody."
Because Sherman would say that at the end of every episode when Mr. Peabody would make a, surely you've heard of gymnasium, Sherman.
Don't call me Shirley. But let's get to, I guess.
He hasn't done the spam one in a
Yeah,
while.
you haven't done the, well, Joyce has also mentioned you haven't done the British woman spam lady in a bit, but we'll.
Oh, well, that's just quoting Monty Python and saying
Yeah.
spam.
Spam.
Jason, were you ever in spam a lot? Did you ever do spam a lot anywhere?
I was not. I had several chances to, and I never could do it just because of other scheduling. I did spam a ton. I did spam a ton in New
Oh,
York.
yes.
Oh, right.
I
Okay.
saw that at the Triad.
Yeah, I did it there, and then when they moved to the Puerto Rican Traveling Theater for a while, I played King George and
Oh.
came out and sang a great song and went backstage and sat on my ass. It's like a perfect gift.
That's Jorge.
The guy from A Strange Loop, I forget his name, who won the Drama Desk Award, was in it at one point.
Really? Oh, Jackson, is it something? Was
I'll
it?
think of it. But he won the Drama Desk Award for best. I think he won Best Actor.
Well,
Yeah, it was a great cast. The cast was ridiculous.
Yes.
so I'm going to assume that Leslie Hoban Blake is having technical trouble, is not joining us, or will join us another 15 minutes late. So we're gonna move forward. I mean, I'm feeling like just ditching the quiz and just talking to you guys. But
Oh,
no,
I think that's a great idea.
thank you, Jason. By the way, there's no prizes, there's no shame, there's no nothing. It's just all in fun. And
Can't wait.
it's a trivia game. It's called Today, Yesterday. Jason, I will ask you kindly to pick a number between 1 and 6.
6.
Okay. And David Sheward, could you kindly pick a number between
5.
Okay.
The
Is that
actor.
the right answer? Was David the right answer?
Yeah. The actor was Larry Owens.
Larry.
Larry Owens from A Strange Loop, who was also
Okay.
in Spamilton.
Didn't work with him.
I think he was in an earlier cast.
So here's the deal. We came up. What I have, Jason, is a digital dice rolling thing. So the number came up 2, which is just a little bit closer to David Sheward. So David, you get the choice of whether to go first or second.
I'll go first.
There we go.
No, actually, you know what? I'll go second because I'll explain my strategy later, but I'll go second.
Oh my God, he's got a strategy.
Man, it's been so long since I played with only 2 contestants. I have to remind myself of the rules. But here we go.
Are there rules?
Yeah, my wife Joyce is asking, are there rules? It's yes. Each question is worth 2 points if you get the question right. If you get the question wrong, no penalty. What is that? Is that pen?
I don't know. What am I doing with my pen and paper?
Nothing
This is-
yet. That's
Okay,
only
all
that-
right.
Later. That's the last round.
Got it. The lightning round.
The lightning round, yes.
As it were. Yeah. If you get the question wrong, no penalty, but the other contestant gets a chance to steal and get those points. And then, yeah, that's that's pretty much it with 2 people. So there you go. So are you? And here's normally it's all about the day. Like, since this is May 1st, all the questions would be about things that happen on May 1st in history. But oh, look! Unbelievable.
What?
Unbelievable.
What?
Oh,
Leslie's joining us?
Yes.
You're about to tell us what was different about
I will.
why is this different from all other quizzes?
Well, I'm reclining on this one. Leslie, are you there? Leslie? Yeah.
Leslie, can you hear me?
Leslie.
Just a
Hi, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Leslie. You have a wonderful nose. If maybe we could see a little bit more of you. There we go. Thanks for tuning in, Les.
The Brett Summers of the Today Yesterday quiz.
I'll take that, David. I'll take that. I recognize this gentleman.
Yes. Who is?
How are you, Jason?
Oh my God. Hi, Leslie. You win the prize.
Yes. That
Nice
is
seeing you.
Hoban Blake, who is our well, yeah, she is a critic too. She has been a critic and a director for many years. You can see her now with Charlie Gross on their bi-weekly blog, or it's not a blog, it's a video cast on YouTube. It's called Critics Circle, and they talk to theater people and they review shows, and they've been reviewing Zoom shows. Welcome, Leslie. Thanks for joining us. How you doing? I can't hear you, Les.
Unmute.
Do I have her muted? You're. Hold on. Oh,
yes, she's muted. You're muted. I can see you're muted. You got to unmute yourself.
Can the host unmute? Oh, there you are.
Oh, there she goes. Hello.
This thing screwed me up. Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to be, like 21st century. It doesn't work.
Just like they do on MSNBC.
Yes, that's what I was trying for. I was going for MSNBC. You caught the vibe.
So, Leslie, you are automatically going third in the game because you were
Oh,
late.
thanks a lot.
Well, that's what you get for being late
Punishment for being late, right? Okay, I got it.
and not having the power broker on your bookshelf.
Yes. Who's your power broker?
That's it. Every time someone is interviewed on MSNBC, they have the power broker on their bookshelf.
I got a hat. That's what I got.
So, Leslie, you're feeling well. You had a good week. Everything's good.
Yes, thank you for asking. Yes, thank you,
Good.
Dave.
Good. All right, let's start the game. All right,
You
here's
look great. You look great.
Aw.
Thank you. I'll take it from everybody. It's fine.
Yes, you do.
I mean,
come on, a little more.
Jason looks great too. You look absolutely. I mean, I knew
Jason looks
25 30
fantastic.
years ago, and you look absolutely.
Exactly. The
Yeah.
hair color, Jason. Other than that, the same face.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I had to let it go natural.
I fought against it myself. I tried, and it just looked.
I did too.
like-
I did too. I got Wicked. I was out on tour with Wicked for a year and a half. And when they offered me the job, they said, well, we want to offer him the job, but he's got to stop dyeing his hair, which,
Oh.
by the way, I auditioned on a video and they could tell from the video that I was dyeing my hair. So I thought, time has come.
Well, I think it looks terrific, and
It does. It looks really great.
Thanks, you guys.
So here's the deal. I was just about to say, Leslie, that there's one little new wrinkle just for this week that's a little bit different about the questions in our.
You're all about Jason.
Yeah.
I wish.
I ask you two quiz questions like, what Alan Sherman musical was he in?
Hello, mother.
that's
Hello,
funny.
father.
Chitty chitty bang bang.
Yeah.
Were you-
I don't know.
Okay.
Helen Sherman
I
didn't
made
like
that.
that.
I don't know.
Oh, the Sherman
When in
brothers.
doubt.
did that. The Sherman
That's your
brothers.
go-to
Sherman
answer.
brothers.
When in doubt, it's chitty chitty bang
Oh,
bang.
okay.
Every
But
now
these
and
are
then it's
all
right.
regular questions that all have to do with May, because it's May Day. It's May 1st.
Oh, okay.
So little
May
bit
Day.
different than usual. These are just have to do with May. We good at that? Okay. Now the first question will go to our very special friend of the Daverhood, our new guest here, or third-time guest, Jason Graae. Are you ready, Jason?
Yes.
Born in Melbourne, Australia, this actress and one-time girlfriend of Max Sennett had some success playing a vamp in silent films, but is best known for playing shrews and floozies in more than a dozen Laurel and Hardy films. Name that May.
Mabel Norman. I don't think she's Australian. I thought it was a trick question.
No, they're generally not trick questions. They're real questions. Some are multiple choice. Some are but no, it's not a trick question. No, come on, no fair.
Depends on how you define trick is the way that goes.
Touche. Gosh, I don't even know a silent screen actress named May. Dame May Edna.
Is that your final answer?
That's my final answer.
Well, that is Australian, but I'm afraid you're going down under with that joke or with that guess. It was not Dame Edna, so I'm gonna roll the die again. Oh, Leslie, I need you to pick a number between 1 and 6, please. But it can't be 6 and it can't be 5.
Do we find out the answer?
Well, now it goes to we get to steal. We get to.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So what did you say? 2?
Beg for one.
Said 2.
2. Okay.
I said it and I showed it just to be on the safe side.
And by the way, Dr. Sue gets 3 points. So no, it's Jason doesn't know what that has to do with anything. So now I'm going to roll the die again to see which of our 2 contestants gets to steal. It came up a 3, which is closer to Leslie. So Leslie, I'm going to read the question again, and you're going to have a chance to possibly steal.
But I thought Jason had it when he said Mabel Norman, so I'm in trouble.
Mabel, that's
Not correct.
That's why I went like
his
this. I wasn't
guess
being
was
deceived.
Dame Edna.
I thought you had it. So
Well,
okay, go ahead. Read
it's
it again.
okay.
I know what the question is. I don't know what the answer is. But read
Actress,
it
the
again.
one-time girlfriend of Max Sennett, ended up playing floozies in Laurel and Hardy films, and Shrewish Wives.
Okay. The only other Mays I know are Mae Marsh and I'm sorry, David. I'm giving you answers in case. Mae Marsh and May, the one who got her face in a grapefruit from Jimmy Cagney. I can't remember what her last name was. May. Dame Mae Marsh. No, I'll go with Mae Marsh. I have no idea.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, that's my only answer for the moment.
Well, I'm afraid you've swamped us with that one. That is not the correct answer. It was not Mae Marsh. David Sheward, you can pick up 2 points if you know the answer to this question. Who is that silent, that actress, one-time girlfriend of Max Sennett, and also in Laurel and Hardy films?
You know, if it were Mabel Norman, we would have heard "Time Heals Everything" with an Australian accent. Time heals everything. Let me see. All right. So I was going to say Mae Marsh too, because that's the only actress of that general.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah.
It's not Mae West. So I'm going to say Mae Clark.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Well, David, sure, you go buy yourself a Clark bar. That is not the correct answer, I'm afraid. I've stumped the panel. The answer, I thought she was a little more well-known than this, but Mae Bush was her name.
Bush.
Okay, yes, I had heard of her, but she was Charles Bush's distant relation from Australia.
Down under.
Down under.
Mae Bush down under.
All right, so nobody
we're not gonna go there.
Well, no. You pull out a knife.
None of us are gonna go there, whatever.
As Cholula Bankhead said, it's down under, darling, but nobody gives a damn.
Anyway, we're on to our second question here.
By the way, which May got the grapefruit in the face?
I think that was Mae Marsh, I think.
Was it Mae Marsh? I don't know. I'll look it up later. Now I'm going to go crazy not remembering that. Okay.
Well,
not any of these Mays except for Mabel Norman. I don't really know any of these Mays that you brought up. So I'm amazed that you guys have such a
Maze.
You're amazed? Thank you.
Maze. Yeah.
No, anything about Maze is a corny joke.
Jefferson, yes. Okay.
All right, here we go. Now, this is kind of interesting. I'm so glad that you brought this up, Leslie. The next question goes to David Sheward directly first. Okay. Speaking of silent film stars, Mae Marsh had a prolific acting career in the early years of cinema, including major roles in 2 D.W. Griffith epics. Okay. The first a huge hit in 1915, the follow-up a smaller hit in 1916. Name them both for 1 point apiece.
Well, the only mega things that I can think of that D.W. Griffith directed would be A Birth of a Nation, followed by Intolerance. So I'll go with Birth of a Nation, which is now very politically incorrect, and since it said slavery was okay, and Intolerance.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
That was a tolerable answer indeed, David Sheward. You are correct on both counts.
Nicely done, David.
Yeah, 2 points for David Sheward. A couple of interesting things that back when I was going to film school, and they showed both films, and the common misconception was that Intolerance was a huge flop after Birth of a Nation. It was not. It just didn't make as much money as Nation. But the interesting thing is that Mae Marsh in Birth of a Nation, she plays a character, I swear to God, who jumps to her death rather than be raped by a renegade Negro.
Right.
That's a role you're not going to get much anymore.
Which was actually a white guy in blackface.
Well, yeah.
Right. A renegade white guy in blackface.
Yeah.
Well, moving onward, our next question goes directly to Leslie Hoban Blake, because now, as usual, David Sheward is ahead in the game, 2 points to nothing. But you can tie the game, Leslie, if you get this question about May right. You probably know that Brian May is the lead guitarist for the rock band Queen, but he's also had something of a literary career. Which of these is not a book written or co-written by Brian May? This is a multiple choice. Is it A, Queen in 3D, B, Queen in 4D, C, Brian May's Red Special, D, A Survey of Radial Velocities in the Zodiacal Dust Cloud?
But I have those one more time, and be sure to read number 3 clearly, because I didn't get it the first.
Of course. So, lead guitarist of the rock band Queen, Brian May, has also written some books. Among them are 3 of these, but one is not. Is the outlier, the non-real book, A, Queen in 3D, B, Queen in 4D, C, Brian May's Red Special, D, A Survey of Radial Velocities in the Zodiacal Dust Cloud?
The logical conclusion would be the last one, since it's the only one you would think he didn't write. I'm going to think it's either between 3D or 4D on Queen. I don't know that his scope is that big. He didn't write one about Queen and CinemaScope, so that doesn't work. Brian May's Red Special.
Is that your final answer?
I'm going to go get his Zodiac book.
Well, Leslie Hoban Blake, you should be seeing red, because that is an incorrect answer. That is a book that he wrote. So we're going to see if either Jason or David Sheward can steal. I'm going to roll the die.
Oh, wait, which one did you say?
Leslie incorrectly chose Brian May's Red Special. That was C.
Okay.
So
that
that is an actual book by Brian May. I'm going to roll the die. And it came up the number 3 again. So who's closest? David Sheward.
Okay.
You are closer to number 3.
All right. So my choices are Queen in 3D, Queen in 4D, or that long one about the galaxy and dust.
Right.
All right. Now, I agree with Leslie. That one probably he did write. So I'm going to say Queen in 4D.
Is that your
Yes.
final answer?
Yes.
You are the champion, my friend. Yes, indeed. Queen in 4D is not an actual book. Queen in 3D is. Brian May's Red Special it was a book about his guitar that he wrote. And also Brian May, since the whole Queen years, he's become a serious doctoral physicist. And he's written a bunch of books about science, including A Survey of Radial Velocities in the Zodiacal Dust Cloud.
fascinating.
can't get past that. I'm sorry. That's too
I had a
funny.
feeling it's too weird. It's too weird not
Right,
to.
right.
He also wrote a book called Crinoline, Fashion's Most Magnificent Disaster.
No?
And a book, he's gotten really into stereophotography, so he wrote a book called The Village Lost and Found of stereophotographs.
He might actually be an interesting person to talk to. Drummers usually aren't.
Yeah, he'd be very
Wow.
brain-wise. He's up there. So,
I did not know that.
Yeah.
And
well,
the
we know
movie didn't tell us about him, so there you are.
brain-wise David Sheward, he's up there now. He's got 4 points.
Oh,
All right.
David, you are the man. You know about May Bush and Brian May. I'm so
David
amazed.
knows about everything.
Yes.
But can you two, also Jason and Leslie, can you catch up? Yes, you may, because we have some more questions for you.
You don't have a bottle of mayonnaise to use for the joke right now? Come on, Dave, you're not
Bring out
there.
the
Come on.
helmets.
I don't relish the answer to that. So here we go. We go back to Jason for the next question. So Jason, you get to answer this one directly. One more actress. Here we go. This Swedish-born actress started her film career in Italy, moved to the U.S. in the 1950s, where she was featured in such films as The Young Lions and a flop remake of The Blue Angel. But then she married Sammy Davis Jr. and retired. Name her.
Oh, don't I get like multiple choice?
Oh, sorry, no multis on this.
What kind of cockamamie game is this?
Yeah, I hear that every week.
What kind of cockamamie game?
Or speaking of Jerry Herman, cockamame.
Name a game.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Now I feel like if this was multiple choice, I might have heard of this gal. The Blue Angel. No, that's the Blue Gardenia. Blue Angel was with was that with Marlene Dietrich?
Well, it was. I'll read the question again. Swedish-born actress started her film career in Italy, moved to America in the 50s, where she was featured in such films as The Young Lions and a flop remake of The Blue Angel. But then she married Sammy Davis Jr. and retired. And I will even provide a hint on this one. Even she is Swedish, not English, despite her name.
That's not a great clue, but thanks.
You're welcome.
It is actually.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Not saying anything.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna go with Ingrid May Bergman.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, because that's the only Swedish actress I can think of right now.
Please have him come back whether he gets the right answers or not. Please.
Well, Jason, I'm afraid you've drawn a Casa Blank on.
Oh, that was so.
What? I was so sure.
You
I
are
was
a
so
regular.
sure.
You are a regular Joey Bishop. You just something like that.
I guess that's better than being an irregular Joey Bishop, I imagine. But let's. We rolled the die, and it came up number 1, which is closer to Leslie.
Oh, shoot.
So Leslie Hoban Blake, who seems to know the answer to this one.
Well, first of all, it's not May, it's Mai. Her name was Mai Britt. And it caused an international scandal because she was white and he was black. And it was, I don't know, the 50s? Was it the 50s or the 60s?
I think it was. Was it the 60s?
Yeah, because
whatever, it caused an international scandal. It almost ruined his career. They made him divorce her. Because her career didn't matter, but his career mattered. They made him divorce her.
Wow.
This is in Wikipedia. I mean, not that I trust Wikipedia on everything, but check out this story. President Kennedy asked.
Wait, I got 2 points, right? Wait, I want my 2 points.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
thank
yes.
you. All right, now go ahead. Go ahead.
And do we get the hint there? It was Brit. She wasn't.
Hey, Brit.
That's why I said it was a great hint.
Thank
If you
you.
didn't know it.
Got
Go
it.
ahead. So what did it say about Kennedy?
President Kennedy asked them not to get married before his inauguration,
Oh,
just because. Even though at his inauguration Harry Belafonte sang, and he was married to a white woman, so it's so completely weird and hypocritical.
Not only white, but Jewish.
Wait, who?
Belafonte's.
Harry Belafonte was married to not only a white woman, a Jewish white woman.
Good for him. There you go.
So,
Amazing.
all bases.
And I
But
think
actually, Sam would have been married also. Yeah.
Davis's wife later, her name was Altavis or something. and
Yeah.
Yes.
She used to appear on
yes.
game shows all the time.
She was a dancer, very tall, thin.
And with us today are Charles Nelson Riley and Mrs. Sammy Davis Jr.
Right.
on the
She
20,000.
doesn't have a name of her own because she's Mrs. Sammy Davis Jr.
On
But she's the one we saw more of, right?
Yeah.
You're
Well,
thinking of, go ahead. I think you're thinking of Harry Belafonte's second wife, whom he married after Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. But his first wife was at the time of Kennedy was a white Jewish
Davis's
woman.
wife appeared on a lot of game shows. which
Yes,
was-
I
Right,
remember.
right. But I was
But that
talking
was
about
still-
Belafonte. Sorry.
Kennedy rescinded the invitation for Sammy to sing at the inauguration because
No
he
doubt.
married, yeah, amazing.
Well,
I can't.
I
I
wasn't
can
kidding when I
understand-
said that.
Yeah.
Kenny was.
I wasn't kidding when I said that. It was a big deal.
Yeah.
A big deal.
Well, this is a big deal. Leslie, you're on the board. We now have a
Yeah,
4-2
thanks.
game. And the next question, though, goes directly to David Sheward. So he
Okay.
can pile on the points if he gets this correct. Okay.
Wait,
One
what's the
more-
order, please? Excuse me, who
it's
goes
Jason,
where?
me, and then you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Jason.
David
Dave-
explain what he wanted to do.
Just, I wasn't here when it was settled. I just knew I was last. I was just
Oh,
checking.
actually, David, that's right. You were going to explain why.
Oh, my
Sheward-
strategy.
Yeah.
My strategy was that the questions always go in chronological order. So the first question is something like from the 12th century. And
You
I
said,
would
but
always
not
pick to
this
go-
week.
I
Yeah.
would always pick to go first. And so I thought, oh, I'll get a later question, which is closer to contemporary times. It'll be easier. But of course, you screwed me up by saying it has nothing to do with that. So I
But still, it still
You
paid off.
can't outthink the thinker. You just
Yeah.
can't do it, you know?
That's right. But amazingly enough, David Sheward, who loves cartoons, gets a cartoon just by sheer chance. He gets a cartoon question. Here we go. One more actress. This one quite animated. She was the voice of Betty Boop and then of Olive Oil in dozens of Max Fleischer cartoons.
Mhm.
Name her.
Mae Questel.
Whoa.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, she also played Mrs. Straykosh in Funny Girl.
Right.
Oh, wow. And
Wasn't
Jason
she
got.
in a Woody Allen movie as well?
Yeah, she Oedipus Rex. She was the mother.
That's
who-
what I thought.
Oh,
Wow.
well, that.
We all know Mae Questel.
Everybody loves McQuest.
and the
She
voice
was
of
a
Olive
very-
Oil.
Is
You
it
did say
pretty?
olive. You said Olive
You're
Oil.
a special little girl.
She did Olive Oil.
You got that question right,
Yes.
David Sheward. Well done. Which means you are now leading in the game 6-2. It's like the Bobby
Sure.
Fischer of Today Yesterday quiz.
I think she also did that song in Zelig. Everybody Go Chameleon.
That was her singing? Oh, cool.
I think so. I think so.
That's beyond my knowledge. I don't know
I
that.
think so. Yeah.
Zelig. Jeez.
That was a good movie. Yeah. I mean, I know we're not allowed to say Woody Allen was a genius, but
He made some
You're allowed to say
good
that.
movies.
Huh.
He made some good movies. That
Yeah,
man.
you're allowed to say that. I have no problem with it.
yeah. No, I was trying to add last week. Our guest in the Daverhood, Rabbi Saul, was talking to Louise Lasser and just trying to just get some information. Like, nope, no.
Well, if I were her, I wouldn't. Well,
yeah.
I
But
wouldn't say
she
anything.
used to. She did bad. She didn't say anything terrible about him because she had nothing terrible to say. But it was still really nice to hear more about that.
Get some dirt.
Yeah. Anywho, or some clean. You know, she had a whole different thing. He was a friend of hers for years after they.
After they divorced, yeah.
Anywho,
I don't want any more dirt on Woody Allen. I've seen now enough dirt on Woody Allen.
Oh, look at that.
Well, I'm reading it.
I have. Is that? That's not the new book though. That's the book about him. I read his new book,
I've
apropos
read
of nothing.
his book, yeah.
yeah. Did he defend himself fully?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
He did.
every other page,
He defended himself.
basically.
Yes.
Every other page, and talked about how much he loved her. Did you ever meet them, David? I was at one of the HBO previews of something, and they were both there.
Did I ever meet who?
Sun Yi
Oh, no.
and
No, I never did.
and they were separated. So I walked over to talk to Sun Yi because everybody was around Woody and nobody was around Sun Yi. And he came over and thanked me for talking to her.
Oh,
Literally. I mean,
no, I never
know.
I never encountered. I
Yeah,
did encounter
yeah.
him once at the Tony nominees when Bullets Over Broadway was nominated, and he was
Mhm.
very distant, very aloof. He didn't speak to anybody. He
I
just
was so surprised that he I figured he was coming over for her, and he stopped and said,
Oh.
it was very amazing.
Oh,
I auditioned for him once when I was back in the acting days.
oh really?
No, do you know what a Woody Allen audition was? Jason, did you ever do a Woody Allen audition?
I did not.
He did not. When you say he was aloof, it was like in a club, some club in the daytime. So he was sitting on a banquette. I don't remember what the club was, but it was somewhere in the Broadway area. Sitting on a club on a banquette in the dark, like, the shadows, the light was all out this way. And he's got a pile of pictures. And when you came in, you would stand far enough away that you could not see him, but he could see you, and you were in the light. And he would hold up your picture in front of him and look at the picture while you were standing there.
Hmm.
And he would look at the picture and he'd look at you and he'd look at the picture and he'd look at you and he'd put it down. And then they tell you on the way out, no, thank you. And I wasn't odd enough. He was looking, this was for extra background stuff. He was looking for odd, the kind of people he put in the odd. And I wasn't odd enough, obviously, when I was younger. Maybe now I could qualify, but I wasn't odd enough then.
So you didn't read, you didn't do anything, you just stood there.
No, you just stood there. It was and it made you feel about that big, Jason, as you can imagine, right? I mean, what the fuck,
Well,
one didn't say it at the time.
Someone I know did get an extra role in Radio Days, and it was because he was very, very large. He was obese, practically.
Helen Hanft used to get work from him all the time.
Helen Hanft had that face.
He liked odd-looking people. I mean, he didn't cast them in the lead roles. Obviously, his lead people were always beautiful people,
Right.
but he wanted odd-looking people for the
Was it
around.
was it Shirley Rich? Wasn't she his casting
I
director?
think it was. I
Julia
don't remember.
Taylor?
I'll be honest. It probably was. Later on for David, I wrote the backstage column. I would have known who the extra casting person was. It might have been Shirley Rich.
Julia Taylor was
Julia
Oh, right.
Taylor.
Yeah.
Julia Taylor was his casting
Julia
director.
I did not remember.
Wow.
Right.
Memories. See, that's the point of this quiz. It's not just about the questions. It's about things sparking and stories told. And feel free, Jason.
I had forgotten. Until this minute though, I'd literally forgotten that I ever did that, but I remembered now.
Well, that reminds me, I auditioned for a few years ago for Larry David for Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh.
And they give you like a card like this to tell you what your character is and what the situation is. And then you just go in and you just improv. And I was with Larry, and it was the whole cast sitting behind a table. And we went for 10 minutes. I mean, it was thrilling. And we just, I just said, this is what you have to accomplish in the scene. And this is who this character is. And it was really fun to do it with him. And then I didn't get it. But, they were laughing. I walked out like walking on air thinking, this is it. I got Curb Your Enthusiasm. But
and let me ask you, did you end up seeing the episode later, or did you don't want to know? You don't want to know who they cast and how they did. And
yeah, because I'm obsessed with that show. And so I did see the episode, and it was a recurring, and Richard Kind ended up doing it.
Oh, well, if that's what he was looking for, Jason, there you go.
Exactly. Apples and
But
oranges.
it's interesting because what you said about walking out of the audition, you're supposed to walk out feeling that way. I did good. Whether you get it or you don't get it, I did good, right? So you felt that way.
Yeah.
That was what everybody psyched you up to believe that shit, that if you didn't get it, it was okay. So, as long as you felt good about it.
In a full circle kind of a story, but at the end, we were like fighting for most of the time because he played like his bitter cousin who, I don't know, and Richard Kind was great, but we were really like fighting through the whole scene. And at the end of it, I was on such a high. This seems to be a through line in my life that I threw my arms around him and I hugged him, which you don't do, Larry David. And he actually recoiled.
That's what did it. You would have had the part, but for the hug, Jason.
For the hug, I think that was it. Richard Kind just went, see ya.
Wow.
Like that, right?
Cool stuff.
I'm a hugger.
Anyway, we are telling stories and also doing a game here with Jason Graae, with David Sheward, with Leslie Hoban Blake. Let me remind everybody that we are, well, first of all, it's Dave's Gone By is the program. It's about 20 after 11 Eastern Time. I'm Dave Lefkowitz, and I'm the host and producer of this thing. We're in the middle of the game where David Sheward is leading 6 points to 2, but now Leslie has a chance to... Soren, you can't be a
Yes.
The only question I knew was May Questel. That was the only thing I knew.
Jason, it's okay. We get to gang up on David at this point. It's okay. We can tag team if they'll let us. Go ahead.
All right, Leslie Hoban Blake. Remember that we're doing, questions about the merry month of May. Here we go. Fill in the rock lyric.
Oh boy.
If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a spring clean for whom?
Oh, that's an easy one.
One more time. No, it's not. One more
No, it
time.
isn't, Joyce.
Fill in the rock. That's my wife, Joyce, saying, fill in the rock lyric. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a spring clean for whom? This is Leslie's question.
Sing it.
If I sing it, no.
No, you think if I see it, I don't think it's going to make any difference. It vaguely is. It's doing something, but it's not coming through. Excuse me.
Think of the topic.
Oh, you're humming it in your head. Thank you, David. That's
I'm
really
just
helpful.
shaking my head.
Just think of the topic, Leslie. Think of the
I'm
topic.
also thinking at the time.
I know what the topic is. The word May is in there somehow, but I can't. It's only if there's a bustle in your hedgerow.
You're probably wearing a bra, but
It's time to mow the lawn. That's what.
yeah.
I hate like hell to go down on this one.
There's a
No,
bustle in.
That's what she said.
Leslie, it's a family show.
I know.
We want to do the music quiz, remember?
Yeah,
When you
Leslie, I'm counting on you for this because I really don't want to answer it. So please get this right.
Oh, Jason, darling, if I could, I would. Thank you.
I'm
Oh,
just-
the answer is a watch.
tick, tick.
The answer is a watch. Okay. Thank you for the clue.
TikTok, Miss Davenport.
Yes.
There's a line of shrubs in your estate.
All I can think of is the Sultans of Swing. That's the only thing that's going through my mind right now. And that's because I was listening to it recently.
Huh.
And so that's the only music that I can hear. I'm really sorry. I have no idea, Jason. It's going to be on your. Oh, what do we got? A dog, a horse, a dog? What is that?
Mastodon.
I was just filling up
Oh,
the
it's a
time. because
mastodon. Oh, goodness.
It's a
Okay.
mastodon.
The audience is getting bored, so
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. I'm sorry, audience, for boring you so much.
Wow.
If this were not like when you put this up on YouTube, just cut my part, okay? Leave it out.
Is this why we
Look, you
bring
want to take a Oh man.
Just make something up. Make something
I
up.
have my Maybear, but it doesn't help. I know the word May is in the title, but I have no idea.
So you want to say Maybear, maybe? Like May? No,
Sure, that's
Mayberry. Yeah. Okay. So,
Henberry.
May. It's just a maybe. B-E-E. Maybe. I don't
Oh,
That's a good one.
what's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. Well, what happened is Leslie got the answer wrong, so that is not the correct answer. Let's see who can steal this question. As I roll the die, what is that die going to come out as?
Oh, I thought it was just automatically.
Yeah.
Come on, David.
It's
you
whoever
can do
gets the
Oh boy, it came up number one, which is again a little closer to David Sheward. So David
Well,
Sheward
Give me the lyrics.
can steal
Just,
this question.
he's just happy
again.
not to have to answer it and look stupid like me.
Well, give me the lyrics again.
I'll read the lyrics one more time. Fill in the lyric.
Oh, you didn't know. I thought you knew. Oh,
Go ahead.
all right.
Go ahead.
These are theater people. They're not rock people. If there's, well, maybe Jason is. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a spring clean for
Your Mayrow.
Whoa.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, your Mayrow.
Well, row your boat, David Sheward. You've rowed it out way offshore. That is not the correct answer at all. So, Jason, do you know your rock? Do you know the answer to that question?
'Twas Brillig and the Slithy Toad. Okay, just say it one more time, the lyric.
Sure. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a spring clean for whom?
Wow.
Well, your maypole.
Yes, we'll talk about that later. But what is your answer? Here we go. Is that your final?
That's my final answer, and I'm kind of hoping for it.
Well, I took a poll and you lost. So no, that is not the correct answer, I'm afraid. Oh my God.
What?
Snake Queen. I grew up with
David, just one thing. It's a British group, right?
Led Zeppelin.
Yes, it is.
Because hedgerow is a British phrase. That's as far as I got in my head. And
It's
then
one of the
nothing
most
else.
famous. It's a long song, and I'm sick to death of it after years of it being on radio for years and years and years. If
We're
there's
all going to go, oh, when you say it. We're all
ahead,
going to
go ahead.
groan
Yeah.
when you say it. Go ahead.
Sing it.
If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a sprinkling for the
May
Ma-
Queen.
the May-
Queen of May.
Nobody remembers "Stairway to Heaven" by Led
Oh.
Zeppelin?
Yes, I do, but I couldn't come up
Wait
with
a minute,
it.
let me think about it.
Sorry,
Wow.
I'm too young. I'm too young.
And she's buying a stairway to heaven.
She's buying a stairway. It was on the radio. Like I had to turn it
I
off.
mean, I know that song. I just don't know that part.
Yeah, that's sort of the middle verse in there. This is, or
I just know the
bridge.
part.
Because they don't
I
say-
hate the song already, and I don't even know.
I know the part about the last part where and she's buying a stairway.
Stairway to Heaven. Yeah, I mean the interesting
Jason,
is
were you into rock as a young guy, or did you always go straight for the Broadway tunes?
I was a classical nerd because I was an oboe player, so I was
Oh.
very much into classical music. So and I did not know any rock. I was really dumb about it. I mean, I liked the basics. I loved Earth, Wind, and Fire, and Peter Frampton.
I just remembered that I did see Jason sing. I think it was Jason, and it was at Gracie Mansion. It was some celebration for something, and Giuliani was the mayor,
Yes, he
and
was.
Isabel Stevenson was there, and it was some celebration. Theater
It was a
week.
Tony Awards party.
Yeah, yes, so something like that. And you sang a song about reviews, which was from a Cy Coleman show, or and you
With
listened.
Smashing New York Times.
Yes, that's it. Which was from
It's from it's Charles Strauss,
from a Broadway musical.
a Broadway musical.
Yes.
Yes.
And you fit in backstage, which is where I worked at the time.
Oh yes,
Yes,
that's
and
right.
I'm wondering where that was going, how that related
Well,
to rock
The
music.
song is about getting good reviews.
Oh,
and-
We trade our lives for just some good reviews.
And it lists all the newspapers, and it's and it listed like everything you could possibly think of, and then backstage like the very, very last one.
Yeah, I was listing all the things, and I think that it was cut from Applause.
Oh, maybe.
I think it was an Applause, and then they cut it and put it in Broadway musicals. Or
That would make a lot of sense. I
Yeah, it
did the show. It would make a lot of sense where that would fit,
And look,
right?
and look where Rudy Giuliani is today.
Right. Oh,
I had
let's
his
hope.
picture. I had his picture up here in my office, and then I took it down.
I'm
When
hoping
he was
that there will
listening
be
to Woman
bars in
Saturday
front of
Night
his
Live,
face very shortly. Sorry.
Anyway.
Leslie, you were
What
in
did you say,
Applause.
Dave? I talked over you. I'm sorry. What did
Oh,
you
fine.
say?
Leslie, you were in Applause.
On the road, a bus and truck.
No,
I
kidding.
know. I know.
As Margot, or who are you? Wait, who are
Yes, I played Margot. Who else would I play? I used to talk like this, darling. Who else would I play?
Who was Margot? Was she?
Well,
Was
the
it?
Penny Franklin
I
world
was
would be-
never, believe me, I was never an Eve, ever.
Who was the?
I
who
was
the
never
star?
Juliet. I was always tall and, deep
Who was the
voice.
star, Leslie?
Who was the star?
Excuse me, I was.
No, I mean,
Leslie
who were you
was-
understudying?
No, I was in a bus and truck tour. I wasn't understudying.
Oh,
I was on the road.
You were actually.
No, I was
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the road.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I didn't know what you meant when you said who was the star, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Are you an equity, Leslie? Are you an equity
Yes.
actress?
I held on to my card all these years. I haven't acted since 1985, but it was so fucking hard to get back then that I kept it. Just,
Well, do you get like health benefits now, or do you have any kind of?
no, I don't have any money I have no money in the
You have to earn a certain amount per year in
every
order to
year. It's like SAG health, although SAG health is really good for people.
Well, I'm starting to.
So I
say-
became a teacher. I'm fine. I have UFT health. I'm fine.
You're doing well. Your apartment looks
I'm
really
doing
nice.
it.
Yeah.
Hey, did anybody offer you and Dee Hody to do sideshow?
Oh, bless your heart. No, but what a
You have
lovely
such a
idea.
Dee Hody vibe going on.
Well, thank you.
I
As
see.
I age from one to another, you know.
And Leslie has always been a hoggy, that's for sure.
Oh.
When I was a kid, applause.
More.
You were a kid, what?
I was going to say, when I was a kid, I was taken to see Applause at the Valley Forge Music Fair
Oh, wow.
with Ava Gabor.
Oh, wow.
If you can picture that.
No, I can't.
I believe her name is Rash.
Ava Gabor was supposed to play Margot, and she broke her ankle, so we saw her understudy.
Oh, who
Was?
was
I
Lauren Bacall? No.
Jaja.
The
Yeah,
big point of the story would be who was the understudy.
I don't
Yeah.
remember. And then the following week, Frank Gorshin was doing Promises, Promises.
Hmm.
He
I
broke
was gonna
his
say-
ankle.
Are you
Did
kidding?
he really?
Frank Gorshin was doing Promises, Promises. He broke his ankle.
Aisles. It's the aisles going down there. They're lethal.
Yeah.
I played Valley Forge. Yeah, it's really
Oh, wow.
It's a shopping mall now.
Yeah.
As well as it should be. I took Frank Gorshin to lunch at the Carlisle, but for him it was breakfast. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
But Gorshin went on with a broken ankle. He went on and did the show.
Well, you know what? Frank Gorshin always makes a good impression. But, you know,
I get it.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Ah,
Jason, nobody can come up with them faster than David.
yes.
David Lefkowitz is able to get to those. There's a part of his brain that doesn't connect
Well,
to anything else. But, like, there's a
well,
thing in there that
As Betty Rubble said, you tossed it, but I don't want. I got it, but I don't want it.
Now I'm lost. Okay, but speaking of winners so far, David Sheward is winning the game with 6 points to 2, but we still have more questions. We still have more fun as we hit our third round of Today, Yesterday here on Dave's Gone By. Jason, here's a chance for you to get 2 points and, you might know this.
wait. Did I miss my question?
Nobody got, you got the...
You had the wrong
Nate Queen.
question. You had the.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
I talked so much I forgot. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that was you.
That was
Leslie,
me.
don't be ungrateful.
Don't be a doctor too.
Here we go. As theater people, all of you, but you certainly, Jason, might know. Go figure that this went to Jason. You all might know that Oscar Hammerstein and Jerome Kern's last Broadway collaboration was 1939's Very Warm for May, which got pretty...
I was hoping that was the answer because I knew it.
That wasn't no. Which got a pretty lukewarm response from audiences. Get warm for May, lukewarm. Okay, musical numbers in the show include All the Things You Are and all of the following New York-themed numbers except one, which is not in the show. Is it A, Chelsea Ballet Ordinaire, B, The Deer and the Park Avenue Lady, C, High Up in Harlem, or D, this is a trick question, all 3 songs are in the show?
I'm going to say all 3 songs are in the show.
Is that your final answer?
It is.
Well, you're warm, but you're not hot on that question, Jason Graae. I'm afraid that is not the correct answer. It wasn't a
I
trick
feel
question.
strongly about it.
You were right there, and I was pulling for you. I was, but now we get to roll the die, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this die roll, which is there. It goes, and we
I
come.
saw this at Equity Library Theater. Remember that theater?
Yeah.
That's right. I made my debut there in Godspell in 1980. But I saw Very Warm for May, right? I think that ran like within a year after that.
Oh.
And the score wasn't very memorable, except for All the Things You Are.
Right.
And I played Lady Capulet there in 1979 or something like that. We should get Equity Library Theater going again. I've called Equity several times about doing that, and nobody has any interest.
Really?
No, none.
Great place. I got an agent from there. I did Godspell with Scott Bakula played Jesus. He was so hot.
Wow.
We were all like lusting after Jesus, which isn't really appropriate. And Liz Calloway was in it. And we had it was a great cast of people, but it was
Sounds
great.
fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you were lusting after, you didn't know how to love him. But that's the wrong show, like that.
It's the wrong show.
Yeah.
For God's sake.
By the way, I just rolled a 5. So guess who gets to answer this question? David Sheward, you get to try and steal this question as theater people you know.
All right, so one of these is not in the show.
One of these is not in Very Warm for May from 1939.
So
Is the one that is not A, Chelsea Ballet Ordinaire, B, The Deer and the Park Avenue Lady, or C, High Up in Harlem?
Well, knowing you, the real song is probably The Moose in the Park Avenue Lady. Let's see. The Deer, Chelsea Ballet Ordinaire, the Deer in the Park Avenue Lady, High Up in Harlem. I'm gonna say, well, I don't know. High Up in Harlem. Well, it could be, but it could be. It's possible. This is 1939.
Correct.
Well, they could have had a little specialty number because they didn't have black and white people dancing together until Finian's Rainbow.
Finian's
Rainbow, right. All right, I'll say High Up in Harlem. Just to guess.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid I'm putting a black mark next to your name, David Sheward. That is not the answer. That was the song in the show. So Leslie Hoban Blake, you have a 50%.
Yeah, I have a 50-50 chance on this, right?
Yes, you do.
Either Chelsea or the Deer. Okay.
Right.
Don't screw it up.
Yeah. Everything.
Oh, thanks. That's the kind of thing my father would say to get me to do well. Don't
just
screw
remember,
it up.
everything depends on this.
Yes, right. That's the other one. That was my mother. The two of them together. Thank you. I've had a flashback. I'll never get it right now. It's all your fault. I'll be in therapy for years. Wait a second.
The decline and fall of Western civilization.
It's on this question.
Depends on this question. According to Cole.
And that would be my fault too. It's all
Go
my
with
fault.
D. Go with D. All of the above.
That's funny.
I think somebody already did that already, I think. All right, I'm going to say, just because it's eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and don't anybody say anything.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to say what David said. It's the Deer and the Park Avenue Lady.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, it's my only answer.
Oh dear, that is not the correct.
Oh my God.
Here's the deal. There was a song in the show called Ballet Péculier, which was a dance number. There was no Chelsea. There's no Chelsea Ballet Ordinaire. There was actually a song in there, not only High Up in Harlem, but Harlem Boogie Woogie. So I don't know if one replaced the other, or if they had two different Harlem title songs in Very Warm for May.
Well, it was very hard to get the blackface off, so they put two numbers in, and then they had an intermission.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And what about? And so there was a song called "The Deer and the Park Avenue Lady."
That is correct. Yes, there was in.
I'll have to sing.
D-E-E-R or D-E-A-R?
Deer,
Antler.
No, that's more like deer. There you go.
It's not their greatest hits.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's very good. You never know.
I wonder sometimes, Jason, why I come back every week. One week I won, but I don't think David was there the week that I won.
You actually come back every week?
Yeah. It's a reason to get it. I know, Jason. I know. Well, now I'm not going to. Thank you. Okay, that takes care of that. No more. I'm done.
We can do. We'll do our own game show with all answers that we know.
Yes. Well, we'll start with the answers, and then we'll work backward and do the questions.
No Jeopardy. All right.
Yes, I come back every week and do this. I don't know why, but because I find this fun. So David Sheward gets the next question, though. He gets to see, and you could kind of take the game right here, especially if you get this right. Are you ready?
All right. I'm ready.
Closing the Beagles' Let It Be album is an impromptu rendition of an old folk song about thieving prostitute Maggie May. At 39 seconds, it's the second shortest Beatles song on their official albums. The first being what song that you'll hear on Abbey Road
Oh my God. So what's the shortest Beatles song?
on record?
And it's not necessarily, doesn't necessarily have a May in it.
Well, no, because Maggie May, no, it's not. The answer doesn't have May. Maggie May
Not
is
have
the
May in it.
second
It's the
right. Yeah.
shortest Beatles song.
He's riffing off Maggie May.
All right, let's and it's on Abbey Road.
That is correct.
Oh God. I'm not that familiar with, I don't know them intimately, so I'm gonna have to guess and say Popcorn for Everybody.
Ooh.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
It's not the popcorn. No. I'm gonna roll it down. I don't know. Jason, this is already an ink joke. Yeah, so far.
I just like the voice. I don't care.
Thank you very much. So, Jason, you, the die came up number 6. That means you get to steal, or try to. If you know the shortest Beatles song, it's even shorter than Maggie May. And it was on the album Abbey Road.
Well, I had that album. All right, I'm just going to say, I'm just trying to picture the thing, it's photographic. And so I'm going to say, I say, she say, all right, I'm going to say Her Majesty.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Well, Jason, I guess you gotta crown yourself king because that is the correct answer.
Yeah.
He did. He got it.
I knew that one. Good for you, Jason.
Yes.
Good for you.
I
Yay.
saw it at the end. I saw it at the end.
Right. It's
Yeah.
Her Majesty's a very nice girl. I know. That's the one that came to mind. That's funny.
Oh my
You
God.
said
That was,
you said you didn't know rock and roll.
I know, but that was that one album like all my friends had. So,
Well, wasn't that the right one to have?
There you go. Now you have bragging rights because let me tell you, Jason, sometimes we get guests who've never played this game before. They come on, they get, and it's no shame. I mean, it's not an easy quiz and they don't even get on the board. So even getting 2 points in the today, yesterday game, that is an achievement.
Notice how he pats himself on the back sideways when he gives you this compliment, eh? Okay. He does.
And
He
you're tied
comes
with
up
it.
with a question and then he turns it around the corner and comes up with another part of it. Right?
Well, basically.
Did you know that one, David? Oh, you didn't know that
No,
one.
he
Oh, that's right. You didn't know that one.
I did
Okay.
not know.
All right.
Did you know that one, Leslie? Did you know it was?
Yes, I said Her Majesty's a very nice girl. That's
Well, no, but
the,
did you know it
that's the
before?
line.
I know you know the song, but did you?
Yes, I knew it. I told
That was
yes,
the whole
I knew
song,
it.
Her Majesty's a
I
very
was trying to keep a straight face. I was so happy. But I'm glad that Jason got on the board. So
Thank
that's
you.
The
I
23
can hold my head up.
Yeah.
you got the right one. Did you say photographic? Like, is it? Do you have an eidetic memory that you can do that?
It's medium, but I think that's how so many actors memorize their stuff and musicians. You see it where it is on the page. And
Yeah.
That
That's
helps.
very true.
All right. Well,
I, on the other hand, had to carry cards with me on stage sometimes.
did you really? Did you have the Al Pacino?
I didn't want I got put into company. I was not acting anymore. I was directing another show next door in a summer stock thing. And Joanne broke her ankle or had a baby or some crazy thing. So they pulled me in to play Joanne because I was with my deep voice and they knew I could sing. And so I literally did it in 2 days. And I couldn't remember anything, certainly not the lines, because Ladies Who Lunch I memorized from the album. And it's not exactly the same when you're trying to sing it. So I had a cigarette case. And in the cigarette case were my lines on cards, and I would open up my cigarette case and look at it and smile and sing, and open up my cigarette case and smile and sing. But I got through it. I actually got a very nice review out of it.
Well, I heard you were a Jenny-ish Joanne, actually. You can, yeah. Sure.
To you too, darling.
To you too.
Anywho, we have Well, it's not a tie game. We have David Sheward still with 6 points, but Jason and Leslie tied with 2. So technically, we could. No.
Okay, so now we have to fight to the death to see who gets out of.
We have one more question though, and this
We
goes
didn't
to
tell you that part. We
Okay.
didn't tell you that part, Jason. Yeah, right,
Right.
the
right.
gladiatorial part. We have one more question before we get to our tiebreaker just for fun. But here's a question for Leslie Hoban Blake directly, and this one is something that happened on May 1st. So this is like an old school today, yesterday question. On May 1st, 2000, although his father had died the night before, this Italian tenor sang for Pope John Paul II the next day, and then went to the funeral. Name this singer, who is an avid horseback rider, despite a childhood injury making that activity unlikely.
I would think Bocelli. I would assume it was Bocelli.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I mean, all of the clues fit. Thank you. Andrea Bocelli.
Well, I'm going to unblind the answer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was Andrea Bocelli. Well done. Well done.
I love her.
Her
I
and
love
Markovici.
Andrea.
Is the
Her and Markovici are my two favorite Andreas.
There you go.
how he went blind? The horse fell on him or something?
Oh, that's
No, he had a sports injury. He was partially blind when he was 5 years old, and then but he had sight. And then when he was 12, he was playing sports, and he got hit with something in the face, and that made him completely blind. So, but he didn't hold him back. You know, he was
such a
like
handsome
sexy
man. I
man for a
mean,
while.
he's an extraordinarily handsome man.
Yeah.
He really is.
Yeah, and he gave you 2 points, Leslie. So
And he gave me 2 points, so I love him.
So here's the game. Here's the thing. That was the last regular question.
Sorry, Jason.
So the points stand at David Sheward 6, Leslie Hoban 2. No, you don't, Jason. No, you don't. Because we have one more question just for funsies. If it were a tiebreaker, we would have a tiebreaker. But our last question, just a what, babe? Well, just a little bit
Have
different.
we run out of time, Joyce?
She instead, because all 3 of you get to answer the question at the same time, that is why I asked for the pen and paper. So instead of saying it out loud, I'll give a countdown, 3, 2, 1, and then you will show your answer to the camera. So are you
I
guys?
love the sound effects that are coming from the side. It makes me so happy.
Well, actually, that's not Joyce. We've hired a guy to make those sounds. He's like Fred Travellina. He's really, really
Oh,
good.
it's making. Oh, right.
Oh, wow. So he and Joyce are over on the side doing God knows what.
Yeah, right. It's the guy from Police Academy. He's actually making those.
Oh, God knows, Jason.
Fred
God
Travellina. Wow.
No, it's-
I don't even know. Anywho, are you guys ready for the tiebreaker?
Yeah.
Joe, hit us with it.
April showers bring May flowers, of course. Speaking of poetry, what writer described the Mayflower as being, quote, pink, small, and punctual?
All right. All right. Okay.
Wow, what a writing.
Jason's actually doing a short story as we speak. Here we go.
He's correcting his work from the class.
All right,
Okay.
are you guys ready with your? Because I'll read the question again, and then I'll give a 3, 2, 1. You guys ready for
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the question. April showers bring May flowers, of course. Speaking of poetry, what writer described the Mayflower as being pink, small, and punctual? When I get to 3, 2, 1, please hold up. Your answers. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I see Robert Frost. I see Robert Louis Stevenson, and Leslie. It's Shakespeare.
Shecky Green.
And the answer is none of the above. It's actually
T.S. Eliot.
no. It's actually a really lovely poem by Emily Dickinson.
Oh.
You should,
Oh.
yeah.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah. Well, from Julie Harris, I guess, or what was her?
Go ahead, David. That's your cue for your
The bell of
last
Hamlet.
night line. He just gave it to you.
Oh.
At the final bell. But well, you didn't get that question, but you all just did so well and really
Tried
so
your
much fun.
best.
You tried your best. That's right.
Joyce,
Do I
come
get
on
my
screen.
little
I want to
best
look at
trophy?
you.
Do I get my little I tried my best trophy? I want my little I tried my best trophy.
You here you go, Liz. There.
Post-millennial.
Thank you. Okay. Hello,
You get
potato.
Yeah. Joyce, do you want to come on? It's funny. My wife does not want to come on. She's a lovely lady, but she will not. She will not come on camera.
Hi, Joyce. We don't really believe that you're there.
My surgery's still in progress.
Yeah. And we don't want to say what, but
No.
guys, it has been absolutely, at least from this perspective, so delightful and so fun. So let me thank all of you. First of all, to our great new and old friend of the Daverhood, Jason Graae. Jason, please come back and play. I know this is not an easy game to play, but I hope
Now you tell me.
But
Jesus.
just a delight to have you. Please come back and play. And everybody, please, please, please go and rent, or whatever they call it, Perfect Harmony, which again, please remind everybody how they can do that.
Oh, okay. Well, it closes tomorrow. It's been running for 5 weeks. And so you can go to 42ndstreetmoon.org. You can go onto their website and you can go out of there and click on to the show. And I think it's $25 or something. And the money goes to the theater, and it's a great theater. It's where I've been doing Scrooge in Love, the new musical Scrooge in Love, which is the sequel to A Christmas Carol. It's a year later. And Larry Grossman, Broadway composer extraordinaire, wrote the music. And Kellen Blair, who wrote Murder for Two, wrote the lyrics.
Oh.
And Dwayne Poole, my friend Dwayne Poole, wrote the book. And it's
So where's that going? I mean, are you making plans for that in 22, let's say?
I hope so. We've done it 3 years in San Francisco at 42nd Street Moon, and then it was such a hit, we moved it over to the Marines Memorial Theater, and it won every possible award it could win in San Francisco. So now we got to bring it to LA and New York. So let's hope.
Are you in San Francisco now, Jason?
I live in LA.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of cool. I got to tell you, I was a little sorry to go on about me, but I feel like I should make it up since I did so poorly in the show. But in the game. But when they offered me Scrooge, I was kind of insulted because I was like, obviously kind of too young for Scrooge. And then I Googled him, and Scrooge is like in his early 50s during Christmas Carol. So I'm actually too old for him. Okay.
Jason, at the Hudson Guild Children's Theater, my son played Scrooge in the musical Scrooge when he was 14. So,
Yes. Perfect casting.
So, don't ever feel that you're
He's
there's no such thing as too young.
That's right.
And
But he didn't get married in it. That's wonderful. I have to tell him about your show. He'll have to watch it.
But speaking of shows, I also want to ask Jason: are there any dates for you beyond obviously watching Perfect Harmony? Any shows that you're doing either in person or other virtual stuff between like now and early next year? So where we'll be able to.
Yeah,
see
I just got a play at Santa Barbara Ensemble Theater opposite Linda Pearl. Linda Pearl?
Yeah,
She's fantastic, and it's a play called Tenderly, and it's about Rosemary Clooney when she had her nervous breakdown and went into a mental hospital.
Oh,
sounds like fun.
It's the feel bad musical of the year.
Who's playing her? Is it you or Linda Pearl is playing?
Linda would be playing Rosemary. Thank you, Dave. And I'm playing all the men in her life. Although I hope I don't have to play George Clooney because the theater's not big enough.
But the hair is right. The hair is right.
The hair is so right.
Jose Ferrer and other.
Yeah, be Jose Ferrer and I playing her psychiatrist and her father and all the men in her life. So it's a 2-person play, but it should be really interesting. And I can't wait to work with Linda. I can't wait to work. Period.
Yes,
so I'm so excited to go into a theater. So that'll be coming up, and I think we're doing a Forever Plaid original cast reunion in Long Beach this summer. We're going to do a 2-week run in an outdoor theater in Long Beach. So
yay!
That should be kind of great.
So is it you have a website, right? JasonGraae.com, where people you keep it up and people can see what you're doing. And
well, yeah, but the upcoming appearances has been like sitting blank for a year. So maybe now I can start adding stuff to it.
Right. Jason
Sitting,
Graae.
Sitting Blank was Sitting Bull's younger brother.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I tried, David. See, I can't do it.
Well, Honest Indian.
I can't do it. Mine are bad, but they're not bad the way yours are bad. It's different.
Well, so many of us, speaking of Indians during the past year, we ran out of TP.
Oh, that's such a stretch.
David Sheward, you can read his work in culturalweekly.com, theaterlife.com, as well as his blog, which is The David Desk. And what did you write about this week, Dave?
Well, before the Oscars, I did my Oscar predictions, and I did okay. I did all right.
What were you wrong with? What was your biggest mistake?
I didn't guess Anthony Hopkins. I thought it was going to be Chadwick Boseman. I had a feeling I was really split about Glenn Close. I didn't know if she was going to win, and I thought she was going to win because it was her 8th try. But I'm not unhappy that Jin Young, I think her name is how you pronounce it, the Korean actress, won, because I really loved her performance. So I did okay.
She was the only comedy in the show.
Yeah, when she danced
so
the butt.
Hilarious. Oh my God. Funny.
And this week I'm working on one of the things on the David Desk that I'm doing is reconstructing the Carol Burnett show, because it's in pieces all over the place. There are DVDs, and the half hours that they show on MeTV are all split up. I'm trying to reconstruct the show as it was originally. So there are certain episodes that are like in pieces, and I'm trying to figure out what the whole, and just writing about it, and whether, my.
Will you actually put up the show as it should run, or just
No, I just write about it.
Oh, okay. I would love to see the other way too. Okay, got you.
This episode has this piece on MeTV and this piece on the
Right.
TV.
I got you. I understand what you mean.
Well, I'm so glad we've had this time together with David Sheward, and you can read his blog again at The David Desk. Now, Leslie Hoban Blake, have you guys, you and Charlie, done a new podcast or video cast?
We've done a new interview, but it hasn't been posted. I've been very busy. I have a health issue that I'm taking care of, and Charlie has some personal stuff that he's taking care of, so we're kind of skipping a week. But we did an interview with Robert Villagas, who started the new Encore Theater magazine.
My former boss, yes. Yeah.
And I never got to write for him, but I've always known him, and I think he's a lovely guy. And I'm just thrilled to death about. Have you seen the new magazine, Jason?
You know what? I haven't. No, I have
Well,
not.
Encore Monthly.
Encore.
I'm sure if you send a note, they'll send it to you. They'll send you
I've seen it.
a trial copy, and it's beautiful to look. I mean, I have not that I'm shilling for Robert Villagas, but I happen to have these two right next to where we were. Well, we were doing the shoot here, so and it's a beautiful magazine, and the newest one has Daphne Rubin Vega on the cover. And so we haven't even worked on putting that together yet, because we ran for about an hour because we chatted, and there were so many theater stories to talk about, obviously. So
And Robert has written books about chorus line, and he's written Fantastics, I think he wrote a book about as well.
He wrote a book about Fantastics. He wrote a book about he collected the Louis Bodo stories about at this theater into a second book. He did a book on major musicals. Yeah, he's quite a guy. And he had retired from Playbill.
Yeah.
And he got married. He married his childhood girlfriend.
True.
From junior high school. They met at a
Am I frozen?
reunion, and they sheltered together, and the next thing you know, what do you know? They're married. So isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
So we have an hour's worth of material. We got to get down to 20 minutes. I can't wait to see how that's going to work
two
out.
parts if you got that much good material, can't you?
I'll mention that to Charlie, and we'll see. We don't know if it's that good, because we all got the way we do here. We all got started talking on other things, and it doesn't make for a good interview.
Every moment here, Leslie, is gold. Every single second.
Well, when I'm on, but
Well, Leslie, if you come on a little earlier,
but enough about me. How did you all like the show?
Well, guys, it has been absolutely delightful. Of course, David and Leslie, I'll see you guys next week, either 10:30, 10:45. We'll let you know. And Jason, I'm serious. If you ever want to come back and do this again, Yeah, I can see that in your face. You are more than
No, let me think about it. I've got a really busy schedule coming up, Dave. But listen, thanks. I would love to come back. This was I feel like I was back in New York City for the last hour and a half. Was it only an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was really
You'll
wonderful.
never get back, Jason.
Well,
It was
Jason,
a kick in the pants seeing you. Thank you for having me.
It's the crack of dawn out in LA, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's 9 o'clock now.
Oh Jesus! No, I
miss
I
seniors.
use this to get up on Saturday morning. You asked me why I do it. I do it to wake up on Saturday morning.
No,
Well-
you guys are good. I was honored to be in your company.
well, it's an honor to have all of you in the Daverhood. I thank you so much for visiting. I'm going to have to remove you one by one from the thing, but thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
And best of luck, Jason. Best of luck, David. Best, and Leslie, health and everything else. Best of luck to all of you.
Thanks
We
so
hope
much.
to see you
Thank you,
all.
too, Dave. And bye, Joyce. It was great to not see you.
Bye, Joyce.
Okay, and bye, all of you guys. See you
Bye-bye.
next week.
David, before you put me up, I did not even look at the other show, the musical show. So I don't know whether we would have done okay or not, because you use musical clues too.
Oh, yeah, no, I would have. I'm going to play that.
I
I'm
didn't even
good.
look at it. I figured, forget it. And see, I didn't do well on it anyway. So there you go.
There you go. Anyway, Leslie,
Okay.
have a great week and feel good.
Thank you, hon. Bye-bye.
Leslie Hoban Blake there. She was talking about a trivia game that we play as friends virtually with people in her building and people in New York. It's a lot of fun. She didn't want to do the one that was like a week ago because it was just popular music trivia, and that's not her thing. But anywho, it's noon Eastern time in the Daverhood. You're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, as we keep mentioning my wonderful, adorable wife, Joyce, who won't appear on camera, but she doesn't have to.
See that.
All I have to do is look this way, and I see my beautiful, darling wife.
Oh, you're really.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sucking up. I don't know why, but I'm sucking up to the wonderful missus. This is our 796th episode of the program. We've nicknamed it Classy Noll because we had a very classy and delightful guest. Even before Jason Graae, we had Christiane Noll in the Daverhood too. So you get a better episode than this one of Dave's Gone By? I think not. Let's talk about the friends of the Daverhood, because now we have so many. Jason Graae was an old friend. If you want to see his previous very fun appearances on the show, all you have to do is go to our archives, davesgoneby.com, DAVESGONEBY, davesgoneby.com.
I think today's Carol Brad's birthday.
Whose birthday?
April 27th is
Oh.
Carol Brad's birthday.
So that is a place. It's the basic website is the home of our show on the web. Of course, our Facebook page is as well. But davesgoneby.com. If you want to watch any episode that we have ever done or listened to, because the first 12 years or so were audio only, all the archives are there. I mean, we're talking of the 796 shows we've done now, 793 of them are saved, and you can view them or listen to them. We even have a separate archive of just the interviews that we've done on the show. Check it out, davesgoneby.com. We also put our archives at archive.org. That is a nonprofit website, nothing to do with them, except I admire what they're doing. They put old radio shows on the site, old TV shows, books from the 1300s. You can go to archive.org and read them or see them. It's really, really cool, archive.org. So all our episodes and all our interviews are also there. You can listen to Dave's Gone By episodes at castbox.fm. Cast, like what dear Evan Hansen's guy has on his arm, castbox.fm. That is audio only. So yes, of course, the first few years of the show were audio only anyway. Recent years, like if you're going out, you're in a car, on a train, people are starting to do things again, and you can't sit and watch the show for a couple of hours. You can just listen to it. And a great way to do that as a podcast, castbox.fm. Also, we put all our stuff on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, Dave's Gone By. And finally, if you happen to be in the Nassau County-ish area, and you still get cable television. And your cable television provider is Optimum, Altice, Cable, whatever they call it. You can see us Monday early mornings at 1 a.m. and Tuesdays late, or well, no, still really, really early morning, 4 a.m. That's the time slot we got. Mondays at 1, Tuesdays at 4. If you go to channel 20 on your cable box. So if you're flipping channels, you can't sleep, you're an insomniac or a serial killer coming out from a big night, put on your TV, flip the dials, and you get 1 hour randomly excerpted from an episode of Dave's Gone By. 1 o'clock on Mondays, 4 o'clock on Tuesdays, channel 20 on Optimum Altice Cable. So, just want to let you know all that there's a lot of ways that you can enjoy Dave's Gone By. There's some ways. Speaking of writing, it's so cool that Jason was taking these writing classes and writing stories. If you want to read my stories, my essays, my, because this is all about me, my plays, my one-act plays and my full-length plays, my screenplays, my theater reviews, hundreds of them collected over the past 30 years. Just go to davelefkowitz.org. Dave, LEFKOWITZ.org. There's more than 800 pieces of writing on there. So feel free. I mean, my gosh, if you own a theater company, if you're a director and you want to produce one of my plays, voila, read them. They're there.
Or if you're an actor who wants to be the lead in one of David's
Yeah,
plays.
if you want to put together a production, and I just want to see, now that theater's going to be cranking up again, I want to see my work done. You know, I write these plays, a lot of funny one-acts, and it's like somebody.
And they award one.
Yeah, and yes, and you know, my award-winning Miracle of Long Johns and Candide won a big award out in L.A. Fine, they're there. Please read them. Please download them. You share them. Share them all you want. It's not about, unfortunately, getting royalties. It's just about people reading my work and hopefully staging my work. That's what it's all about. Anyway, davelefkowitz.org. Now, I mentioned, again, the friends. Like we have Jason Graae, longtime friend back in the Daverhood today, and our new friend, Christiane Noll. But we also keep track of our other friends of the Daverhood. These are people who've been on the program over the past bunch of years, more than 18 years on the air. We celebrate that, and we like to let you know what they've been up to, our friends of the Daverhood. Well, I want to let you know, first of all, that Sally Mays, through today only, she's doing the musical online, Pete and Keeley. Sally Mays appearing in Pete and Keeley at Paper Mill Playhouse. Papermill.org is the place that you can see that. Papermill.org with Sally Mays. And, of course, we know Jason Graae, Perfect Harmony for 42nd Street Moon, 42NDST Moon, 42NDSTmoon.org for Jason Graae doing his Jerry Herman tribute, Perfect Harmony. And then playing now through Monday, the York Theater, which is run by our friend in the Daverhood, Jim Morgan, is doing a virtual tribute to the great Sheldon Harnick, our friend of the Daverhood from many years back. He's 97 years old, still alive, still well. The evening is, it's an evening with Sheldon Harnick and friends, one of the things that they're doing, and will feature our friends Karen Ziemba and also our late friend Rebecca Luker. All of that is at yorktheater.org, and that's theater with an R-E, yorktheater.org. Playing now through Monday, also online, Michel Larue in a double bill of stories by O. Henry and Kate Chopin is metropolitanplayhouse.org. And playing now, it was extended now through May 6th, the recording of John Cullum doing An Accidental Star, which is co-directed by our friend Lonnie Price. On May 4th, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, on Tuesday, there's a fundraiser, speaking of our friend Rebecca Luker, who passed away of Lou Gehrig's disease a couple of months ago. There's a fundraiser to honor her, and it's at celebratebecca.com. It's an online fundraiser for ALS. CelebrateBecca, BECCA.com. Thursday at noon, our theatrical friend Ken Bloom, who was on our program back in 2016, he will be talking with Richard Carlin about the book that they've written about Eubie Blake. It's called Eubie Blake, Rags, Rhythm, and Race. You can watch them talk about it at mdhistory.org. M as in Mary, mdhistory.org. Also on Thursday, Melissa Errico will be live and streamed in concert for the French Alliance in New York, fiaf.org, for more information and also to stream, fiaf.org. Playing now through May 23rd, Daphne Rubin Vega, someone just mentioned her, Daphne Rubin Vega in Two Sisters and a Piano. She's appearing with Jimmy Smits, newnormalrep.org, newnormalrep.org. Also want to remind you, soundsofbroadway.com, Stuart Brown's online internet channel of 24/7 Broadway show tunes, soundsofbroadway.com. Dr. Demento, of course, his old shows for a small fee, his brand new shows for a small fee at drdemento.com. Evan Seplow is the founder and editor of StageBuddy.com. And finally, don't forget, of course, that Bob Cudmore is doing podcasts about upstate New York history at his website, bobcudmore.com. Those, my friends, are the friends of the Daverhood. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is about 10 after 12 Eastern Time here in the Daverhood. You're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz. Hope that you are enjoying it. Yes, we've gone overtime, but how could you not with a great show like this? What? Why is that funny?
Did you go overtime?
On every show. Even the lousy shows go like a half hour to an hour overtime. We're doing it, but here's the deal. We still have, what?
You didn't want to talk about all your dermal stuff?
Oh my God, the dermal stuff. What? I want to come back and talk about that, but first, and we have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned to do, but beyond all that, I just want to make sure I find this. Rabbi Saul Solomon, who did the interview with Christiane Noll, he has double duty. I know not just what he did before he went on the program. He has double duty on this episode of the show because he has a brand new sermon, or these mini sermons that he does. They are called Rabbinical Reflections. And so, you know, he talks about the world at large from a Jewish perspective, things that are happening that he feels compelled to weigh in on. So what we're going to do, he taped this earlier in the week, but we bring back Rabbi Saul to the Daverhood for his recorded rabbinical reflection. It's all about the Jewish holiday of Lag BaOmer, which was this just Thursday and Friday, a day ago. And it would normally be a joyful explanation of what Lag BaOmer is and is about, but unfortunately this year, it's that kind of time, Lag BaOmer is tied now to a terrible tragedy. Go figure. Rabbi Saul has his thoughts. So I'm going to share my screen so you're going to see all the wonderful things I have on my desktop, which is okay. Let's share that. Whee! And we're going to bring that down. And here is the one, the only, the Jewish, the founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches, Rabbi Saul Solomon. Let me load that up. Let me make that full screen-ish. Can I do that? Yes, I can. It worked. The next voice you hear will be very Jewish indeed, Rabbi Saul Solomon. Hello, it's me, Rabbi Saul, with rabbinical reflections for you all. I come from Temple Sons of Bitches here in Great Neck, New York. Shut up and pay attention to me. Shalom, damn it! This is Rabbi Sol Solomon with a Rabbinical reflection for April 30th, 2021. Happy Lag BaOmer, everybody! And if you've ever had your Omer logged, you know just how delightful that can be. Lag BaOmer is a relatively minor holiday on the Jewish calendar, but our people appreciate it because it is a happy one. Well, not completely happy. God won't let a Jewish holiday be completely happy. And this festival in particular is about putting a bookend on a time of gloom. Some say Lag BaOmer is celebrated because that day marked the end of a terrible plague in the Jewish community. No, not bad drivers. Rabbi Akiva, who was a great sage and a mediocre parsley, had a lot of disciples who started dropping dead between Passover and Shavuos. Somehow, on this date, they stopped dying. Maybe it was Pfizer, maybe Moderna, whatever. Suddenly it was time to rejoice. Now, a completely different explanation for Lag BaOmer involves one of Rabbi Akiva's disciples, Shimon Bar Yochai. Lag BaOmer is the day he kicked the Ba'akit. So, who celebrates a death? Well, this Yochai guy was something of a mystic. By writing the Zohar, he started the Kabbalah ball rolling. He told his followers, now that I am leaving my body, all my teachings and good deeds belong to the universe, so don't mourn. Go have a wedding, do a dance, get a fun haircut, light a bonfire, because of all the light I brought into the world. And marshmallows. So that's what Jews have been doing, taking a break during a somber time on the calendar when everyone's worried about the harvest and having a party. And if you happen to be in Israel, you can go visit the tomb of Shimon Bar Yochai, which happens to be in a town called Meron. I think you know where I'm going with this. Year after year, hundreds of thousands of Orthodox Jews make a pilgrimage to Meron for feasting and fun. It's like Woodstock, only Jews don't take acid, we get acid reflux. The Yidlach gather for this festival. Sometimes 400,000 people show up for this Lag BaOrgy. April 2021, because of COVID, only 100,000 came. Easy peasy, right? Except a few people slipped. Folks behind them couldn't go backwards. Voila! Stampede. 45 people crushed to death like grapes in a Manischewitz pulper. 150 more wounded. It's the worst peacetime disaster in the history of Eretz Yisrael. I know you're waiting for a joke, but no, that's the emes. Who's to blame? Everybody, of course. First of all, you have the insular Orthodox, who don't think the greater community's rules apply to them. We saw this with the Haredis in Brooklyn, who were holding massive, unmasked weddings and funerals when the governor was begging everyone, don't even hold small unmasked weddings and funerals. Were Cuomo's restrictions draconian? Did the Orthodox exacerbate a health crisis, or vice versa? By disregarding protocols, did they prove that, at least for people under 60, we've all been going overboard with a punishment that's worse than the disease? Even if that were true, and Governor Cuomo was erring on the side of caution, well, not with his schmeckel, but with everything else, what the Haredi were doing was unbelievably selfish and thoughtless. We follow American laws to the letter, up until the moment we don't happen to agree with them. Who needs police? We police ourselves. So, elected officials who crave the Orthodox vote look the other way when rules are bent. Sometimes that's fine. Sometimes it enables catastrophe. Wife beaters and child molesters keep on beating wives and molesting childs while the rabbis try to fix things behind the scenes. Ask the Catholic Church how well that works. And it's this entitled arrogance of the Haredi attitude that tells Bibi Netanyahu, We're going to put 100,000 people on a road meant for 30,000. Hashem will be our crowd control. But they forget. God likes crushing things. Look what he did to Samson. Jews have a good reason for being wary of outsiders. From Roman soldiers to Spanish inquisitors to Cossacks, if a goy was on your doorstep, he wasn't holding a check from Publishers Clearinghouse. However, when it comes to legitimate concerns about public safety, whether you're spitting corona droplets on your cousin or getting pushed so close to a stranger your quarter shoes land on his forehead, it would be nice if my brethren would show a little consideration for the bigger picture. Besides, what's so wrong with a few more weeks of distancing? We're Jewish. We shouldn't be going to Mass. This has been a rabbinical reflection from Rabbi Sal Solomon, Temple Sons of Bitches. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the thoughts expressed by Rabbi Sal Solomon do not necessarily represent those of myself or of Dave's Gone By, although they generally kind of do, especially in this case. But yes, Rabbi Sal, find out more about him at his website, shalomdammit.com. Shalom, D-A-M-M-I-T, shalomdammit.com. This is where you can read and hear all of his rabbinical reflections, and see the last few because they're on video. Plus, this is where you can watch the 10 episodes of the Long Island TV program that he did on Long Island Cablevision about 15 years ago or so, called Shalom Dammit, and of course his stage show that he did off Broadway at the Richmond Shepherd Theater and a couple of other theaters as well, but very specifically recorded was the Richmond Shepherd show of Shalom Dammit, An Evening with Rabbi Sal Solomon. It's all there, it's all free at his website, shalomdammit.com. He also has his Twitter feed at Rabbi Sal Solomon, so you want to check that out. Check out my Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2. It's Radio Dave and the number 2. And what else do I need to tell you about? No, I think we can move on from that. We still have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned to do on this episode of the show, but I didn't really get a chance to unwind and talk to you all early in the show and tell you about what happened to me this week. And I did promise this, I did mention this. So here's what happened. Here's what's been going on in Dave's life behind the scenes, and here's how honest and open I am with all of you, my viewers, my Daverhoodlums, if you will, my Daverhoodies. So about 7-8 months ago, it's a while ago, 7-8 months ago, I took a new day job. I'm not even complaining yet. Why are you playing the baby? I'm not even bitching. I'm going to, but I'm not bitching yet. There you go. So I took this new job. I left where I was working to take a gig at a local school district, right? Okay, tiny violin, there it goes. And so I was very worried, very nervous about this new job. Especially when I got there in the first couple of weeks, I thought, it's secretarial stuff. I'll do some website stuff. I'll type some letters. I'll file. I'll do a couple of purchase orders. I'll learn how to do that. Simple, just do. And then it just turned into like chaotic, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing because there were a whole bunch of other responsibilities involving reporting data to New York State and this whole website involving the data from the school. I mean, it's just like all of this combined with dealing with school during a pandemic and all these kids having devices and keeping track of that, it was mad. And I was just, I used to have an afro. I tore all my hair out the first 2 weeks trying to be comfortable there. And I've said this on the air before. If the people weren't really, really nice, I would have just bailed on this job immediately. I would have begged to crawl back to my old boss and said, please, can I have my old job back? But I stayed. First month or 2 months, I was just lost and kind of miserable. And then I noticed one afternoon or for a couple of days, my elbows were really, really itchy. It just tremendously. I was scratching my elbows. And I was wondering why. Was it dry skin?
Tell them the full thing you scratch.
Well, that's something else. But it was just my elbow. And then I'd start looking, and it wasn't just like my elbows were itching or they were dry. There were like little scabby things on them. I still have it a little bit. And I'm like, what the hell is this? What's wrong? And I didn't know, was my desk cleaned with some agent? Because at that point I was still wearing short sleeves. It was late summer. And am I putting my elbows down on a desk and picking up some contact, whatever, that is making my elbow go, what the hell? Or is it just pure stress? And somehow the stress of my job and the way that I'm internalizing it is coming out through my elbows. My weenus was fine. Okay, I had no trouble, no itch on the weenus, but the elbows themselves, really, really itchy and terrible. So fine, but ideal. And I put Vaseline on to make it less dry and stuff. I scratch, no big deal. Figure some kind of weird rash. Who the hell knows what this is from? But it never quite went away, even though my stress levels ended up going way down a few weeks later when I got into the job, when I was able to take a breath, when I started to actually know what the hell I was doing. And then suddenly, like, oh, this isn't that bad a job at all. And the people are great, and I'm kind of happy here, right? So you figure whatever was being internalized and coming out as raw, itchy, bumpy things, is like, okay, it's gone. No, whatever, there's something in me. So now I start itching. And I know you're listening to this and trying to have lunch, and now you listen to someone talking about itching, and what happens? It's like, okay, like I start doing this, you'll all start doing this at home. This is the way it works. But I start getting in various places on my body, down my legs, near my ankles, where not so much on the back, thank goodness, but other interesting places that you would have. More than just a regular itch, like something was developing there, including one in particular on my right leg, like just above the knee, near the thigh. Just this really, and I would make it worse, me being me, thinking, not being the intelligent type who said, there's a rash down there. I should probably not scratch it, get it under my fingernails, and then move it to another part of my body. I should probably leave that the hell alone. But, if you're in the middle of trying to concentrate on something and all you feel is itch, you're just going to be like, well, I'm not going to tear anything open. Let me just get this. And so this would go on and on for weeks at a time until finally my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, says, you obviously have some kind of eczema or some kind of, we even thought it might have been an outbreak of a shingle kind of thing, but I've had shingles years ago, and it was different. That was painful and pustule. You don't want to know. So this is more like a little contact dermatitis kind of thing. She's like, you know what? You're double vaxxed now. Go to the doctor. Go to a dermatologist. Have this looked at. Why are you suffering with this? Why I see you all night, and all I see is scratch. Pick the nose, scratch. Do this. Rub your tuchus. Just at least take care of one of these items. And also, and I will fully admit this, I am a middle-aged Jewish man. There is nothing better in the world. Nothing. Sirloin, delicious steak, a beautiful roast duck l'orange, sex, masturbation, nothing for a man my age honestly beats standing there thinking about nothing and scratching your sack. Women just don't, nor should they just don't get it. But there's something so zen about just kind of reaching down, finding an itchy place right in the testicles, or even if they're not itching, you kind of start scratching and they start to itch, and so you scratch some more. And I just go at it. I'm like, I can just like, I'm literally like a dog at one point. When you have a pet, a dog, and you start scratching them and rubbing their tummy, and there's a moment when the leg starts going because they love it so much and they're like literally in ecstasy. It's a doggasm. Like, oh, I get to that point sometimes. Not from
TMI, honey. It's TMI,
but
it's
from
TMI.
scratching the old nuts. I can, and I am not alone in this. Before he got cancer and died, I would listen to a show on WFMU of Glenn Jones and X-Ray Burns. They would play music, but they would also banter together, and they were very, very funny. You can hear the archives on WFMU. And X-Ray, he would go on about it. He'd say, come home, eat some Taylor ham, and scratch the sack. It's a beautiful thing. And there's something about for I didn't do it when I was in my 20s or 30s or even 40s, but now just scratching the sack. Nothing like it in the universe. So I'm doing that. So I'm itching everywhere, including down there. And Joyce is like, you're doing this to the point where it's distracting. You're doing it all day, and also you're in front of me. You're scratching down there, and you're let's just say, your underpants should be two colors, right? If you've worn them for a while, your underpants should be yellow in the front and brown in the back, because you can't, at a certain point, you wear underpants enough, even if you wash them which I do, you're going to get the front, the back, the front, the back. Now you're actually getting a little bit of brown in the front. That is not normal. Okay, why is that happening? Good, well, it's happening because I'm scratching, but is that dry blood? What's going on with your body that your underpants, the color scheme is shifting on them? Please go see a dermatologist. All right. So finally, I make an appointment for the local dermatologist. There's a clinic quite close to where we've been living, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this. The guy will look at me and he'll know. And both Joyce and I agree that only in the last instance will I get an antibiotic if it comes to that, because don't know it, don't trust it. My father took antibiotics before going for a dental appointment, and it destroyed his life. Okay, so if I get a horrible flu, okay, antibiotics then, but not just for a little rash that is annoying. But if he wants to give me a soothing salve, sure, why not? Who doesn't love a soothing salve? Or if he says, oh, you've got to stop using this detergent, or you can't eat yada yada, Trader Joe's Brookies for breakfast anymore. This is what it's doing to you. Stop.
It's not gonna happen.
No, that will not happen.
Never.
Yeah, no. What do I eat every day? I love eating chicken. I love eating peanuts, although
No, you mostly eat crap, dude.
I eat a lot of crap. I admit, I eat a lot of sugar. I eat a lot of salt, a lot of stuff, and all day at work to keep me going, I'll be snacking. A little piece of chocolate and stuff. I hope to God I'm not allergic to chocolate. That would be awful. But let a doctor tell me that. Pay them umpteen millions of dollars out of your insurance for them to tell you, we've looked and it's probably this. So take this, try this, and stop eating that. Stop doing that. Fine. So I go after work to this clinic. And the whole point of telling this is just to show you the state of the American medical system and healthcare in this country. For someone who is lucky enough to have health insurance, right? To have actually two different health providers, because my wife has one and I have another. And we keep them, but we keep the family plan on both just in case. So I get there. Typical nondescript place, building, go in there, a lot of people, but we're trying to keep our distance, right? So it's not an empty room, but people are masked and we're sitting away from each other, fill out the paperwork. And of course it takes half an hour before they even kind of really get to me and deal with me. And I take my insurance card and even, this is amazing to me, even with two insurance providers, I still have a $25 copay. How this happens, how the hell I can be paying like $500 a month for my insurance. Joyce is probably paying $300, $400, $500 for hers. And yet it still isn't like, oh, yeah, I'm a doctor, I'm going to give you money because you paid in so much. But no, $25 copay, here's my this. Just fill out the paperwork, Do I have any allergies that I know of? Well, penicillin, but I'm hoping I won't be needing that. Other than that, I'm fine. I had allergies when I was a kid to a lot of different things. By the time of puberty, somehow I just got over them, or in any big way. If you hold a dog up to my face and rub my nose with it, I'll probably sneeze. But I've had dogs, I was fine. Probably on some level allergic to cat dander, but I can stroke a pussy now and then, and also play with a cat. So, nothing from the life on that. All right, so here's the deal. I get in there, I'm waiting, and then finally, I go in, and you know how all this medical stuff is. In the old days, you went to a doctor, the nurse talked, and then now it's like 20 different people. Everything's a freaking conglomerate. So I get in, they guide me to a room to stay in. So I wait in that room for like 10, 15 minutes, just waiting. Because God forbid you make an appointment and they see you when your appointment is. One of the great things about being in Colorado when we had our dogs is that we start going to the vet. And if we had an appointment at, let's say, 4:30, and if they were later than 4:45 getting to us, they would apologize. They said, we're sorry, we're just running backed up and late. When we were out here with our first dog, and we would bring him to a vet that we loved on Long Island, I mean, it was literally 55 minutes, no matter what. No matter when you came, how busy, how quiet they were, you were in the waiting room for almost an hour before they got to you. And it was just the normal, natural routine of things. It doesn't have to be like that. It really doesn't. I don't know why it's our American medicine system for animals or humans is set up like that. And I just assumed that's the way it is. They run, they do, they this, they overbook. And you go to Colorado, it doesn't have to be like that. So anyway, I'm in the waiting room, filled out the forms, looking at my phone, killing time, should have brought my computer, didn't think to open it up. And then, they bring me into a room, I wait in the room, and the amazing thing is, because it's a dermatologist, first they have, of course, the great big poster of skin. And so
Tell me about that.
it's a drawing, and
I
they
didn't
have
see the
the
skin.
dermal layer and the subdermal layers and the
Yeah.
follicle things and nail stuff. I'm trying to learn the words and see if I'm hearing anything. And here's the sebum, or there's no sebum there, but like the fatty part of
Yes.
under skin, and this is what skin. All drawings, not actual.
Yeah, thank God.
So, but here's what this looks like when it's infected, and here's this when it's red and raw and awful, and so forth. And they even had video playing of what to do if you have eczema. And it
What
made
did it say?
well, one of the things that sort of shocked the hell out of me, because I thought, maybe it is contact stuff.
Is
Maybe
that what you were telling me you want to drink bleach?
no, not drink. But one of the things is that the laundry detergent we use here for our clothes we use Tide with bleach, because we have to worry about infection and stuff like that. So yeah, okay, bleach, and it takes the stuff, the bad germs out of clothing. I thought maybe bleach is a caustic kind of a thing. Maybe I'm allergic to the bleach in the clothing. Maybe I should start doing
The perfume.
dye free. And then
Perfume, it's the perfume.
well, that would make me sneeze, but it won't give me a contact. The perfume wouldn't.
How about the perfume in the
In the bounce sheets also, and in the clothing, right? In the because we get unscented laundry detergent, but it has bleach in it. The bounce sheets sometimes have smell in them. So I'm thinking maybe that's it. And then they show that one of the things that you can do if you have bad eczema is you take a bath, and in the bath you actually add bleach.
Oh no.
So I'm like, whoa, okay, so bleach is obviously not the problem. Bleach is not going to be
Fragrance.
the thing. So yeah, maybe it's the fragrance of the bounce sheets or whatever it is. Something is probably getting to me. So I'm waiting, and then the nurse comes in, or I don't think she's a nurse. She's the helper there, who's probably training. Medical assistant who's probably training to do this. And she comes in, and she doesn't. This is the weird thing. barely even seeing me, and I've still got basically all my clothes on at this point, but I'm trying to show her a couple of things. Because she's cute now.
I'm sure you are.
But and then she's but the whole thing that she wants to talk about is skin tags. I mean, middle-aged Jewish man. I've got.
But I also wonder if they just get more money by taking off a skin tag than looking at your skin.
I wonder.
I'm sure it's financial.
But I said, I'm here about a rash, right? I mean, she literally, she took history, she did allergy, this, that, I'm like the skin tag. I'm like, not what I'm here for. Okay, I've lived with skin tags for decades. I have them. They're unsightly.
It was ripping off. It was a little torn.
And then finally said, hey, I'm here for an allergy, possibly, thing, or an eczema thing. Or, that's what I'm actually here for. Hello? Right?
Hello.
So I wait another 10 minutes in this room. Another doctor comes in, and he's one of these old school, gotta love him, Jewish, funny doctors. If I become a doctor, I would be this kind of groucho-y, tummeling, playful doctor. And by the way, he comes in there, mask is down to here. This is literally on the day when Governor Cuomo said, if you're outdoors and you're, you're away from people, if you're just with family, if you're outdoors, you don't have to wear the mask. Take the mask down. It's only if you're in a crowd, then be more careful. But now we're in a room. We're in a small examining room. I've got my mask on for sure. I've never met this man. And he comes in, and the mask is like down below his chin. And I'm like, hello? And he's like, please. And understand also that this building is in one of the state and local Long Island hotspots for COVID. Like, there are two towns that are connected to each other with a lot of Orthodox population. I mean, I guess this is they get on the Orthodox for things, but this is where, when the rest of the county months ago was going down because people were being careful, and yet, amazingly enough, a wedding would happen in this community and these people, and they would not be, doing all the protocols. And what do you know? Incidences going down everywhere else in this town and the town near it going up and up. And these are the people. These are his clientele for the most part, right? So I'm there, and I did, mask down around to here. I'm like, okay, fine. He's like, don't worry about it, And he did say he was one of the very first people back in December to get the vaccines. So he's at least that, right? I mean, he would know that that you can give and not get if you have the vaccine. You can still have it in you and give it to someone else. And I don't think I had told him by then that I was fully vaxxed. Maybe he just assumed it. I don't know. But he comes in and he's tumbling, he's very playful. And before I can even think, I'm sitting back on the chair, and you love those chairs with the sheet paper behind them. Aren't those the best? You can't sit on an actual piece of furniture because they just keep pulling this roll of like crepe paper behind you. So I sit on that. He's taking a look. I take my stuff down so he can see my thigh. He can see the thing that's on my leg, which is still kind of red and raw. And he doesn't even look at it. He doesn't even pay attention to it. And I notice.
No, he probably knows exactly where it is by looking at it.
I'm sure he does. But the point is, before I even say anything, before I even register anything, I see that he's got a hypodermic needle in his hand. And if you know me, if you heard me talk about the COVID vaccine the past couple of months, if you've heard this show at all, I'm borderline needle phobic. That I am just absolutely, I turn pale, I almost faint, I am terrified of needles, pain, injections, blood test, my own, other people's blood, but my own blood. It's like, before I even have a chance to think about it, and remember, this is not why I went to the doctor in the first place. Okay, I went there to have a rash looked at, and suddenly he's got the hypodermic needle in his hand. And I went, what the fuck? I probably used that word.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, what? And he's like, don't, it'll be over in a second, won't hurt. Okay. BAP!
That's what
In
he
he
said.
goes, because I have near, not on, but near my groin, I had, looked like a little teardrop, a sweet little punching bag, tiny little bag that has been with me for long time. Ugly as anything, but mine, part of my body in a weird way. I used to have one like it also behind me that just somehow got absorbed and disappeared somehow, or it got pulled off and I didn't even know it. This thing not getting pulled off, probably a little irritated by my waistband. But before I can say, I think I want this procedure, or before I can say, this is not what I'm here for, and I don't like needles, and boom, in goes the needle into my, groinal area. Not the test, the hippie. Well, what do I call this? What is this?
Your pelvis.
The pelvic
That's
area.
your pelvis.
My pelvic region.
Your pelvic area.
My pelvic Presley.
Your parts where people touch, we say no.
Well, no, they
That's
can touch
my
that.
private area.
Well, the private-ish area.
Private area.
So before I can even do that, the needle is in me. And the procedure itself doesn't hurt because you're being numbed with anesthetic, but the needle going into your groin fucking hurts. Not horribly. Not terribly. The people who say, oh, I got the COVID vaccine, the jab didn't even hurt. I felt the jab. I feel the jab. I actually feel the stuff going into me when it's being jabbed in.
You didn't feel the COVID shot like that.
I did. I do. I feel
You
that
felt
shit.
it? You felt the...
Yes.
How do you feel
You don't
liquid?
believe that.
No. How do you feel liquid going in your arm?
How do you feel? How do you feel like when you take a drink that liquid is going into your mouth?
I don't
It's not an
feel
empty glass,
I think, David, you're like Princess and the Pea.
I am in that respect. I am. Look what I have to do every night on the mattress when I'm cleaning crumbs off the bed. I was like, oh, there's a crumb under my
and you have
leg.
to watch the Trailer Park Boys when we slather you.
Yeah, but so and if that isn't enough, he puts the needle in another part of my groin, so they can get all the dentists do this too, and they're
Did he touch
Novocaine.
your tushy, Baba?
He did not touch my. He looked, I think, at me at one point. At some point, he glanced at my body before going right to my skin tag. Because it's an American medicine. It's like, oh, you're there. Okay, but let me get this. Boom. And suddenly, before I even fucking know it, he's gotten 2 shots into me of stuff. And rather quickly, I wait like a minute as for it to numb. And I see him, I don't even look. I see scissor in his hand. I look the other way. Or maybe it was I don't remember if it was scalpel or scissor.
It was cautery, I think.
Yeah.
It was cauterized.
Maybe. I don't know what the hell he did. All I know is that it did take the whole thing a minute, right? And suddenly, boom. I should have kept it. I miss Taggy.
You look skinnier.
That's right. It took off 10 pounds of
You
tag
look
weight.
much skinnier and more tight. Yeah, tightens up.
And so at that point, I was like, holy shit. And then suddenly there's a Band-Aid on me. I'm like, I didn't come here for this. If I made an appointment, yes, I have a skin tag.
You must have mentioned it somewhere in your nervous ramblings.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. But he came in already.
Yeah, but you said the girl was
Yeah.
talking about it, so.
So maybe she saw it. Maybe she saw the one that was kind of big and could turn into something bad or irritated.
It was kind of hanging by a thread.
Yeah. Well, it was hanging by a thread to go, So, meanwhile now, I've just gone to a doctor, gotten the procedure I had no intention of getting, no preparation for, which is probably better because I probably would have fainted if I'd known another needle was going in. I haven't had shots. I don't get the flu shot. I haven't had shots in 25 years, except for one time I had to be put under for dental work. And, my 23 years ago, I had a hernia. But in between, nothing has permeated my dermis. Now, in the past month, I've had 3 different intrusive.
Scott Rudin is calling, and Woody Allen too. They're calling. Hold on.
Oh, dang it. So, boom. And then I tell him, then I say, I'm not really here for that. I say, oh, well, there's some allergy test. And he disappears. I never see him again. Another person comes in, and now they go on my back, and they have these things. And I don't know, you used to have, allergy
Yeah.
shots and things. Did you ever get a scratch test or any of
Well,
that?
they did it on the back too with me because I couldn't see it, and my mother, who's the nurse, kept looking to see what would bloom.
Yeah.
So I was like a freak show from.
Well, let me ask you. Did
I have to go and do exercise.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
gonna do this.
Say bye to the phone. This is my beautiful wife's arms.
Have a good show. I just gotta go do working out if I don't die.
And those nice arms.
And
or
this
what?
is my
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I love you. Okay, thank you, sweetie.
It's like Vogue. Do do do.
This is my payback for getting the shots. It's,
Thank you.
Thank you, sweetheart. My wonderful wife Joyce. So I'll finish the story though. There's they start doing these things. It's not even really a scratch test. It sort of looks like hair clips. You know, there's do you have one of those grabby clips?
I don't have them anymore. They were in the 80s, honey. That was
No, you used to wear them. They're sort of like almost paper clips, where women have them in their hair, and they're like claw things that go together, and they like that and that. So they have these plastic things that look like that, and they've got 3 of them with prongs on them. And she starts poking them into my back. It's not really doesn't hurt, but I'm like, okay, and I can see the chart that those things relate to. Like it's got 9 prongs on it or 6, and then each of them relates to a different thing, and nothing involving food, which is kind of interesting to me. It was not like, oh, you're allergic to beef, you're allergic to milk. All of these things were plant-based, air-based, as far as I recall. So it was basically they put the things on my back, and then they disappear for another 5-10 minutes and wait, as Joyce said, for things to bloom. The girl comes back, and I say girl, I am being sexist, but the girl comes back, and she looks at my back, and she's like, oh, whoa, you've got a lot. You're really allergic. I'm like, oh, fantastic. Crap. She goes back, I do see the original doctor again. I'm wrong about that. She goes back, a couple of minutes later, she brings the doctor. He looks at my back and goes, no, he's fine. There's barely any reaction at all. It's nothing. There's one little one where on a scale of 1 to 10, he has a 0.5, and it's for something called privet. Apparently, like privet hedges. If I walked near a hedge or something like that, maybe a little bit of something, little reaction to. He said, no, none of this is allergic. That's fine, whatever. So, I'm there, waiting now, trying to figure out what to do. Another doctor comes in, looks because he's more the allergy person. The SNP guy, I guess, was more the surgeon. He's very, and by the way, everyone here, as much as I'm making fun of all this, and as much as I see the problems with the way that we coordinate medical care in this country, they were all very, very nice. All very likable, fun, nice people. I absolutely say that. But the way this was, so this other guy comes in, and he said, no, you're okay, and there's a medicine for you. We'll come, wait for it to be the front, etc. So I'm like, okay, fine. Nobody's actually told me what I have, whether it's eczema or just a rash or just something systemic or dermatosis, dermatitis, nothing. I have no actual idea what I have, how bad it is, if it'll go away, how it goes away, anything. And now I'm waiting again. I'm waiting about 15 minutes. I've been in this clinic for like an hour and 45 minutes, trying to just get through for a 15-minute visit to tell me about the rash. And finally, I get another girl come in. And I'm sorry to say girl, but she was cute. Joyce is out of the room. I can't make it. There's a really attractive nurse or doctor working there. And she comes in and looks at my back. So I get a second opinion for free. She really wasn't supposed to. She looks at my back. She goes, oh, yeah, everything's fine. A little bit of privet. Then one of the previous doctors comes in and she said, yeah, he's fine. I know he's fine. I told him he's fine. Why is he still here? I don't know. Why am I still here? Because no one told me I could leave. I'm staying in this room, another like 15, 20 minutes just standing there, killing more time, when basically the guy did not communicate 15 minutes earlier of like, yeah, you're done. Go to the front desk. Your prescriptions will be there, and you can bring them to the local Walgreens, the local Duane Reade. So I come out of there, finally, my head in a daze, abandoned. And by the way, no pain, no hurt where my beloved skin tag was, and also still no idea what is actually wrong with me. I get I don't even get straight instructions clearly. I'm like, because you're a patient, and if you're going alone, and you're scared and you're nervous and you have something done, you listen, but you won't always listen. So at one point, I'm like, so you're giving me a medicine? Is that for what you just snipped off of me, and I'm covering that so that can heal, or is this for my rash? Leaving the doctor's office, I did not know which was which. And it was only later, like when I was in the car and my head cleared, I was like, oh, no, wait, they kind of, or Joyce helped me clear up. She said, no, what you're going to do is they mentioned Neosporin or something like it for the wound. And then the special cream medicine, that's for the skin thing. That's for all over wherever you feel you have the rash, wherever you feel you have the itching. So I was like, okay, I got more clarity from my wife than I did from trying to just deal with a clinic of 5 different people who all like, well, this guy knows how to snip this, and this person is an allergy person, and she's learning how to be an allergy thing, and this is nobody actually tells you, oh, you're done. Please go to the front whenever you're ready, and they'll have the slip for you. You can take it to the pharmacist. So to this day, we've been putting Neosporin on my tag wound, which has been fine. Although I've read on the internet, which you should never do, that some people say don't use Neosporin, just let it heal naturally because Neosporin can slow the... I don't know. Don't fucking know. And then I've been using this other cream, which kind of works and kind of hasn't fully worked yet. It's taken away a little bit of the underlying warmth and redness under some of the areas, but it certainly hasn't healed the whole thing yet. So I'm hoping it will, and it won't be something more. I won't have to start taking a topical thing. But that was my thing of the American medical thing. You go in for a procedure or to just be told something or to get a little ointment, and before you even know it, it's like a Kafkaesque comical experience. You're just saying, I'm in there. I was like, oh, I'm a doctor. I see that thing. Well, I'm going to take it off. By the way, I've just told you I'm going to take that off. Boom, boom, I'm taking it off. Anywho, that's my adventures in the medical trade. I'm sure you have your stories too. Email them to davesgoneby@aol.com. Dave, like my name. davesgoneby@aol.com. I try and read everything I get. Sometimes I can write back. You're also welcome to post your comments and thoughts and suggestions right here on this Facebook page. Either message me directly if you're a friend, or just post them, later on under the show where you can post. But the main thing is, please tell everybody you know about this program. It's Dave's Gone By. We want to have more listeners, more fans. The more people I get on social media, the more I will be able to put a show together and start doing theater live myself, which I really, really want to do. I want to do a cabaret version of Dave's Gone By. Invite people again, and bring the Rabbi out live and have guests and have an audience sit there and enjoy in a live theater situation. Sometimes it'll be great, sometimes it'll be not so great, but it'll just be fun to do this in a different kind of a way alongside keeping the show going. And by the way, speaking of the show, make sure you're with us next week, because our guest is going to be Richie Goldklang, a fella who grew up in the Hewlett, Woodmere, Long Island area, and was in a band in the late 60s, a real garage band that people kind of forgot about until Rhino put them on their Nuggets collection, this seminal collection of garage rock and psychedelic garage rock that Rhino was trying to bring back. So they were in a band called the Third Bardo. We're going to ask about those years of being in a band like that, and then all the stuff that Richie Goldklang has been doing ever since. So Richie Goldklang next Saturday, May 8th, on Dave's Gone By. And then the Saturday after that, we have Kimberly Faye Greenberg. She is doing a one-person show. You know how a month ago we had Jessica Schur on? Sure we did. Jessica Schur was on because she's been doing her show about Betty Davis. Well, Kimberly Faye Greenberg has her own one-person show about Fanny Bryce. So we'll be asking her all about that. That will be on May 15th. And then we don't know who'll be on after that. That's why you got to go to the website, davesgoneby.com, or the Facebook page, Dave's Gone By, just to keep tabs on us, just so we can let you know, hey, here's cool things we've done on the show, and here's stuff we're going to be doing. Now, before I leave here and let you out of here, yes, we can't avoid it. We put it off the whole show, but you know and I know that it's poetry time, because it is time for the Colorado Limerick of the Damned. Now, this is where I write a poem, a short 5-line poem, as 5-line poems tend to be, that has to do with some town or city or hamlet in Colorado. And there's a lot of them, folks. There's literally hundreds of them. I've done about 160, 170 poems so far. And because they're limericks, they're usually in really, really bad taste, sick, and or disgusting. Let's see this one, just in case you have kids in the room. How's this particular Colorado limerick? I'm going to find it. Did I find it? Where is it? Oh my goodness. Oh, there it is. Hold on. It dropped to the floor. It actually committed suicide before I got a chance to read it. We're going to La Garita, Colorado. Oh yeah, get the kids out of the room. You have time, because I'm going to tell you a little bit about La Garita, Colorado. But yeah, we have a poem about it in our Colorado Limerick of the Damned.
Recite a poem. You're the poetry man.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick.
Rocky Mountain, Colorado.
Yes, Colorado, it is, and that's where we go every week for our limerick on Dave's Gone By. So this time we are going to La Garita, Colorado. It's a tiny, tiny community in the Saguache, or Saguache. I don't even know where the hell it is, but it's in Saguache, Colorado. Takes its name, La Garita does, from a nearby mountain range, and it means the lookout. I did not know, like from guardian, I guess. La Garita, not Guarita, La Garita. The 1918 flu, speaking of pandemics, knocked out half the town, but they survived. The Ute Indians were there first, then the Spanish came in and took over. They built a celebrated Catholic church that ended up getting burned down, then rebuilt, and now it's an art center, so that's kind of neat. For a while, there was also a big mining community. Now there's tourism and a general store. It's a typical tiny Colorado town. But because it's in Colorado, it's either near somewhere beautiful or it's kind of beautiful itself. So, La Garita, Colorado. This poem about it is not so beautiful. It's our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. If ever you're in La Garita, be sure you spend time with Anita, for although her tush smells like baba ganoush, her pussy is shaped like a pita. Send your comments and complaints to davesgoneby at AOL.com, davesgoneby at AOL.com. I know. davesgoneby at AOL.com. Would love to hear from you. Please follow me on Twitter, RadioDave2. Please go to Rabbi Saul Solomon's website, shalomdammit.com, and follow his Twitter at Rabbi Saul Solomon, SOLSOLOMON, at Rabbi Saul Solomon. It's all great stuff for the show. Make sure that you check our archives out at archive.org, castbox.fm for the audio, as well as on YouTube. Watch us Monday mornings, early mornings at 1 a.m., or Tuesdays at 4 a.m., two different shows of excerpts of Dave's Gone By on Channel 20 on Altice Cable in Nassau County. And what else? And now to the thank you portion of the show. Thanks so so much to a bunch of people. First of all, Christiane Noll, our delightful and lovely new friend of the Daverhood. Make sure that you watch her show from May 9th through May 30th online. It's called Coming Alive Again. She does all these theater tunes, a lot of Sondheim. It's TheaterWorks Hartford and Goodspeed are co-producing this. So go to either one of their websites for Christiane Noll. And big thank you, by the way, to Freddie McInerney of TheaterWorks Hartford for setting up that interview with Christiane Noll. What a delight she was. And speaking of delightful, oh my gosh, Jason Graae back in the Daverhood. Jason Graae, third time is the charm, and he is a charmer, of course. Well, you're going to want to see Perfect Harmony, aren't you? Hermany, Perfect Harmony. Just look for Jason, jasongraae.com, Graae, jasongraae.com, because you have only today and tomorrow. It's ending this weekend, his tribute to Jerry Herman. You want to see that. And by the way, big thank you to Jonathan White for setting up that interview with Jason. Thank you so much to David Sheward. David, you can read his writings, his theater reviews at culturalweekly.com and also theaterlife.com, as well as his blog. You can go read, how he did at the Oscars or picking the Oscars. His blog is The David Desk. So just look on the internet for David Sheward, Shewart, and go get his book about George C. Scott. By the way, Leslie Hoban Blake, big thank you to her, even though she's taking a week off or two. If you go to the Critics Circle channel on YouTube, you can see her and Charlie do their previous shows. And it's all about the theater, even during this whole pandemic year. So they review some Zoom shows. They talk to some major people. They just talked to Crystal Field of Theater for the New City a couple of weeks ago. And James C. Nicola, the outgoing, I think they had him on from New York Theater Workshop. So yeah, definitely check out the Critics Circle channel on YouTube. And thank you. Who else? To Mom and Dad for use of the hall. To Joyce's mom and dad, congratulations to her dad. He just got his second back and he's doing fine. And big thank you to my darling, wonderful, adorable wife, Joyce, who, as you can hear, although not see, she's just doing so much in the background and so into the show and so helping me. Love you, my darling, Joyce. And I love you guys, too, for tuning into the program every Saturday from 9 until noon or thereabouts. I guess this, I got my skin tags gone, I'm feeling all right. Weather's, did you if you're in New York, did you have that day on, I guess it was Tuesday or Wednesday? Like, I'm at work, and my boss is like, I'll be back. It's her lunchtime. I'm going for a walk. And so she goes for a walk, and then she literally comes back and she says, you have to go out there. You have to take in this day. Because week after week, even though it's been spring, it's been kind of chilly. We've had gray days, rainy days. This was a day where you went out, remember this, without your jacket. It was about 72 degrees and the sun was out. And it was one of those things. And also it was the day, again, right around when you could start wearing or not wearing masks outside if you were alone and weren't bothering with any strangers and stuff. So all of this came together after 13 months of pandemic, after winter weather, after kind of early spring, cold, chilly, rainy weather, after having issues of our own in where we work for week after week. It was always too cold. I mean, I love the people I work with. I actually like my job now, but halfway through the day, we're all, are your toes cold? And I talked to my coworker, yeah, my toes, my hands are freezing. I'm like, and then the steam would come on and they would have like forced air, and it would be nice and warm for about 10 minutes, and then it would dissipate until the thermostat got back to like 58, and then, okay, we'll get some more hot air in here. So to go out on a day like that, and my boss who works in her own office, she's even colder. We get cold. She's been complaining about the temperature in there for months. Nothing to be done. So, to go out as she did. And then I said, you know what, okay, I'm going to take a walk. Why not? Went out there and I understood. I really understood, like, what a day. What just a perfect day to be walking around, my face, open, my mask down here, and just looking around, looking at houses, the trees that are now in bloom, of course, flowers everywhere, and I was smiling, That's the thing. I felt myself just smiling because it was such a lovely day. So I hope we have another day or two like that. 7 days we get bored. We'd be like, yeah, another beautiful. It's California, it's Hawaii. So, but 2 or 3 days this week, more days like that for you and me and all of us, and gone by. Oops. Oh, I set that up so perfectly. I'm gonna have to do this again. God, I don't like the way iTunes is on this Sierra thing. Here we go. One more time. May we all have days like this and gone by.
Days gone by.